Mission, I'm mission. Trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, ooh. Transmission, a mission. I'm on a mission. On a mission, I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transition in my life. On a mission. On a mission. On a mission. Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and I want to wish you guys a happy and Merry Christmas. If you guys haven't already, hit the like and subscribe button. So today I wanted to talk about, hey, Christmas is over, and now we're going to be heading into New Year's. For some people, our New Year's is already hit. Some people think it's coming up in the spring. But according to our calendars, the Gregorian calendar, New Year's is going to be in January, 5 days from now. And with that being said, this whole 2025 was about AI and the new technology of AI and trying to incorporate this new AI into our lives. It's gotten more smarter, it's gotten more heftier, more companies are coming out, promoting AI. But at the same point, as companies are beginning to promote AI, there are a lot of downsides to AI. And it leaves me wondering, where is AI going to be in 2026? You have a lot of people that have a lot of opinions about that. So, the reason why I thought this was interesting is because, today, I'm not really a Christmas holiday celebrator. And I find myself kind of broke today. And I was like, what do I do? Right? Do I ask some friends for some money on Christmas? Do I say, hey, can you let me borrow like $20? Or do I what else would I do? And I forgot that I had a DoorDash account. And let me tell you something. At a certain time, I said, you know what? Let me get on DoorDash and let me try this out. Now, me being a software engineer, I'm used to doing everything on the computer. I'm not used to having to get out there and, drive or work like any other way, you know, Google Home, right? I'm not used to having to get out there and get it out the mud, you know. But lately, that's what I've been having to do because the software engineering jobs are kind of being, if now that things are more remote, my competition pool is larger than it used to be. It used to be only people in Dallas because they had to be able to commute to the location. Now everything became remote, and so now my competitive. I'm competing with people in Silicon Valley for the same position. People probably that are coming out of college. And so I'm like, okay, so what does a person do that's been a software engineer all their life and sat behind computers all their life and they got it out the mud by computers? How do you survive in this thing? Especially now, AI is starting to come into play. More and more tech jobs are coming into question. Um, but as I begin to work with AI, I'm starting to see the flaws. Vibe coding is now becoming a big thing. However, as I've worked with vibe coding in depth, I'm seeing that this is not all what it's cracked up to be. Yeah, you can get to a certain point with vibe coding, as with any AI, but there's like a limit. So I don't know if they're going to open up the reins in 2026, but here's the thing. How can they open up the reins when they're working at a deficit, right? So I wanted to just talk about with some of the tech companies or what's really happening in tech, so that we can be prepared coming into 2026 about AI. I know I've talked about FBA and all those political things. But I want to really get into what's going to affect us economically. It's one thing to talk about politics and like the whole thing that this person versus that person, this these groups of people versus that. But I want to talk about something that's really going to affect us from our pockets and how we can get around it, what we can do to survive it. Okay, so let's first go into this video that I wanted to share with you guys that I saw. That's really going to give you a background of what the state of AI and technology is. Here we go.
But here's the part they're not saying. They're betting money they don't have on demand that doesn't exist.
So here we go.
Tech companies are borrowing hundreds of billions of dollars to build AI. But here's the part they're not saying. They're betting money they don't have on demand that doesn't exist. In the same month that analysts have been sounding the alarm on the AI bubble, big tech just borrowed a record amount of debt to fund their AI infrastructure build-out. Amazon is raising $15 billion. Google raised $25 billion in debt in the US and Europe earlier this month. Meta issued $30 billion in corporate bonds in October. This came after they already raised $27 billion.
Where is this money coming from? Something billions of dollars, and where is this? If the United States got trillions in debt, where is this money coming from? Are they just making up these numbers? Borrowing it based on what? Like just like a valuation, right? Who are they borrowing it from, and how are they getting these billions of dollars? Is this all? I think that a lot of these numbers are just inflated. Just like back in the day, you had like hip hop artists, and they'd be like, he spends $1 billion on this, that, the other. His Ice Link chain is worth 100,000. That's what it seems to me that a lot of these this conversation is happening. So it makes it seem unattainable. These people are raising at such and such a billions of dollars. Does that even exist? All these companies are all these companies hundreds of billions of dollars from where? Where is this money coming from? What is it based on? Let's go.
Billion in debt. Oracle, who already has $104 billion in debt, is tacking on another $38 billion in private debt. This brings debt issuance to a record of more than $6 trillion this year. Tech is now financing this AI boom with borrowed money, while at the same time we see people like Michael Burry and Peter Thiel dumping their stocks. Nvidia recently released their earnings, and at first everyone celebrated. According to Nvidia, they had a record revenue of $57 billion, up 62% from a year ago. After this announcement, Nvidia stock shot up more than 5%. But Michael Burry, the guy who predicted the 2008 financial crash, called out Nvidia on X. He claims the company is making their earnings look better than they actually are by dragging out the depreciation of their GPUs. This is part of a larger pattern of AI circular deals happening in big tech, with OpenAI at the center of all of them. Michael Burry and even OpenAI's own investors are questioning how OpenAI is going to pay for these billion-dollar deals when they're losing money every month.
Thank you. I'm gonna play the rest of this, but do you guys see how this whole AI thing is operating at a deficit? And it's like people are just kind of like inflating things to make it seem like it's just that these people are like borrowing billions of dollars of money that nobody has. This is all hypothetical monopoly. Even at least monopoly money, you got like a tangible little piece of paper. This is just hypothetically, my company's worth $1 billion. I'm going to borrow a hypothetical $1 billion from you, and then we're going to be saying we hypothetically. What is this $1 billion from? The way that they're borrowing money is crazy. So let's go into it. This is crazy.
I think the single biggest question I've heard all week and hanging over the market is how can the company with 13 billion in revenues make 1.4 trillion of spend commitments? And you've heard the criticism,
First
Sam.
of all, we're doing well more revenue than that. Second of all, Brad, if you want to sell your shares, I'll find you a buyer. I just enough.
But going back to Michael Burry's barrage of tweets, his last question is my favorite. One more. OpenAI is the linchpin here. Can anyone name their auditor? Hedge funds and other institutional investors have unloaded more than $67 billion in 2025. Professionals with insider information, data, and analysis tools are pulling out. In fact, the first week of November marked the biggest net sell-off of tech shares in 2 years, but regular investors keep investing. Big tech holds all the value in the stock market. When they can't repay their debts and the AI bubble starts bursting, who do we think is going to foot the bill? Governments are already calling AI a national asset. Just like the banks in 2008, it's already too big to fail. Thanks to OpenAI, we recently learned that these AI companies are talking with the government about having their debt covered if they default on the loans. But even
There
if
we
they're
go.
bailed out, retirement accounts will still.
You see this? So now that they're making up these numbers, they're acquiring all these. Now they want the government to come in and bail them out. While we're over here talking about reparations and this, that, the other, you have these big tech companies taking out billions of dollars of loans or owing people billions of dollars, and they want the government to bail them out. Do you see what this is like a circle jerk going on here? Look
Be
at this.
wiped, jobs will be lost, and houses will be foreclosed on. At the end of the day, it's always us taxpayers paying for every financial crisis. Michael Burry claims the true end demand for AI is ridiculously small. So I wanted to understand, is there even demand for all this AI infrastructure they're financing? If we listen to multi-trillion-dollar companies like Google, of course there is. In a recent all-hands meeting, Google's head of AI infrastructure told employees that the company has to double its serving capacity every 6 months in order to meet demand for AI services. Is this actual demand, or are they just scaling up to add AI into all of their products? Kind of like how YouTube offers an AI summary of a video, or Gmail wants to give you an AI summary of an email. AI summaries for everything. But according to McKinsey & Company, most organizations are still just experimenting. Nearly 2/3 of respondents say their organizations haven't even begun scaling AI across the enterprise. An IBM study found that over the past 3 years, CEOs say only 25% of AI initiatives have delivered expected returns. Only 16% have scaled enterprise-wide. OpenAI claims there's massive demand for AI, but their users are primarily ordinary people, not businesses. In a leaked document, we can see OpenAI's strategy versus Anthropic's. Anthropic has focused on selling to businesses and plans to break even by 2028. Meanwhile, OpenAI is selling primarily to ordinary people, most of whom are using the free account. OpenAI has agreed to over $1.4 trillion in AI deals, and they have 800 million weekly active users.
So here's the thing: if the majority of these AI companies are making money, if most people are using AI on the free account, what do you think? How do you think these companies are making these billions of dollars? Let's use our brains here. It's because they're selling your information. They're taking the data that you're putting in the AI and then they're selling it as a package to other companies. That is how they're able to make money. And so you become the monetary, your information becomes the money. Okay. That's what happens. Even like when you come into these free accounts and whatever, I believe that privacy, I need to read the privacy statements that come with these free accounts. The reason why they're able to offer the AI at a free thing when they're in debt, trillions of dollars and billions of dollars, is because you are the asset. Your information, what you type in there, because they got they damn near got your first name, last name, address, this, that, the other, and they know everything you type in there. That creates a personality trait. All that information goes into a database. That database then is able to be sold. So you have to understand that all this stuff is really a breach of privacy, to be quite honest. But let's go.
For OpenAI to just repay this $1.4 trillion, they would need all 800 million people to pay a one-time fee of $1,750. Obviously, that's an oversimplification, but it highlights just how much money they need for these deals that they don't have. And that's assuming that all 800 million people would be willing to pay a one-time fee and wouldn't just switch to something like Google's Gemini, which, by the way, OpenAI is already losing web traffic to. Even Anthropic's own research shows companies aren't adopting AI. They say AI adoption among US firms has more than doubled in the past 2 years. Well, it went from 3.7% in fall of 2023 to 9.7% in August 2024. They claim this shows rapid growth and that we're still in the early stages of AI adoption. But then they acknowledge that the vast majority of US firms don't report using AI in their production processes. Even more damning, the US Census Bureau tracks AI usage across 1.2 million US businesses.
And you want to know why they don't use their AI in their processes? Because AI lies. You can't rely on it. Keyword lie. You know what I'm saying? AI can tell you a bunch of. It's a sycophant. It will tell you whatever. It'll make you think. Honey, I was using Replit. There was a client of mine who was using Replit to build something out, and honey, it made him think that he had something, and it was not even all together. It was not even connected to a database API. Nothing. It just made it appear so. So guess what he ends up having to do? Take that and then get real developers to actually redevelop it in real time to make it actually work. After you spent $50, $50 every 5 seconds, and it purposely will pretend like it doesn't know what it's doing, so it takes your money. You can't roll back and say, "Hey, that's not what I asked for. Give me my money back." So this whole AI thing is it's a shit show. just it's a shit show. Let's go.
Large enterprise adoption of AI is actually declining. Every company size category has dropped since July, except companies with 1 to 4 employees. Is it any wonder that corporations aren't embracing AI? I mean, remember when McDonald's tried to put AI in the drive-thru? It was a disaster.
You added bacon to my ice cream. I don't want bacon.
Your total is $7.62 at the pay window.
I'm not.
Thank you.
I'm not done.
What can I get for you?
Can you just start over?
You'd like to start over?
Yes.
Okay. What can I get for you?
Can you remove everything from the menu? Oh my God, what is happening? Why are there 5 McDoubles?
The logic here seems to be everyone needs AI because everyone is getting AI. They're building all of this AI infrastructure for demand that just doesn't exist. The only real AI revenue is happening within the tech ecosystem itself. They're just financing each other and sharing revenues. Now, some argue technology takes time to spread. Electricity took over 30 years to reach farms after urban households. They compare it to how long it took for every household to have a personal computer. But that's comparing apples to oranges.
Man, there was an entire World Wide Web boom. Remember the whole World Wide Web boom when they had Netgear and all that stuff like that? There was a whole boom that happened when the World Wide Web, but it took almost 20 years for it to get to the point, actually 30 more years for it to get to the point where it is now. So a lot of times that we're relying on a technology that's not quite all the way formed. And these big tech companies, it's like a big Ponzi scheme going on. Yeah, I can't call it anything other than a Ponzi scheme. They're borrowing money that they're not making, and then they're going to ask the government to pay more money and help them bail them out of their debt. And the whole thing, and they become richer and richer and richer, based on these valuations of companies for a technology that's not even stable yet.
Today, we don't need to wait around for power lines or internet cables. We're the most connected we've ever been. And we already have access to AI. ChatGPT became the fastest growing app ever, reaching 100 million users in just 2 months. While some of us may talk to ChatGPT like a best friend, the research shows that companies can't find the return on their investment. Many use cases feel like solutions in search of a problem. Plus, they're deliberately ignoring the social and environmental costs. Data centers are increasing everyone's electricity bills. They're consuming enormous amounts of water. They're extracting minerals from an already depleted Earth, all while companies are laying off employees claiming that they're now AI first. When technologies offer clear, immediate benefits without massive downsides, they spread rapidly in our connected world. The fact that AI isn't spreading in the corporate world despite all of this AI hype and investment shows a fundamental problem with the technology's value proposition. When I talk about tech,
right. So if it has a valuation of this high thing and corporations aren't using it, but only regular people are using it, but they're only using the free version, then it's not making any money. All these companies are working in a deficit, And now we got 2026 and they're trying to pretend like they have AGI coming. Well, hell, you guys haven't even perfected AI yet. Now you're going to move to AGI? Unless they have like some AI that they're hiding, which they probably do. I don't know. But for right now, I'm like, what is this really? What's really going on? Right. Perfect. We're alongside the many Ponzi schemes that they have been. Yeah, exactly. All this stuff is I believe Ponzi schemes that, like, you know, the Yale and all the people in them high Ivy League schools get into, and then they're able to really get people to make it look nice and like it's really doing something. They ain't doing nothing. And someone said, because he got scammed doesn't mean AI is fake. It means he didn't do enough research on what he was asking of AI. And let me tell you something. Anyone will tell you, even a software developer of tenure will tell you that when you go into like programming in Replit or any of these vibe coding platforms, that the code is garbage. It's spaghetti code. So yeah, no, you could be the best AI prompter in the world and you will still get spaghetti. So let's go.
It's hard not to bring up politics and wealth inequality. Tech has created billionaires who are now infiltrating our government. Representatives on both sides have greatly benefited from these tech corporations. Ironically, these same representatives control merger and acquisition approvals, determining just how big big tech can get. When these corporations go to build a data center,
Yeah, when you want to talk about that vid, just say that vid. Don't say that whole word because I don't want to get, yellowed because that was in my chat. So go ahead.
in a new city, it's our representatives, the people we elected to protect our interest, who are doing private negotiations with billionaires. It's our representatives in every state approving these electricity price increases. And it'll be our representatives that approve the bailout when these AI companies can't pay for their debts because they're now considered a national asset. Meanwhile, our government tells us that there's no money for SNAP benefits, that Social Security is running out, and that they're reducing the coverage for Medicare. All of this is our money. We pay into the system. We, the people, are funding a huge portion of this AI infrastructure, yet we own none of it. We get
You understand what I'm saying? If you guys listen to this, right? So we arguing about when we talk about reparations and the FBA and Somalians and all this other stuff that's going on. There's a bigger picture that's going on of people that are really asking for some real, like, how can I believe if you really want to get reparations, open up an AI firm. I think instead of us up here begging the government to give us, no, why don't we just come together and open up this bogus AI firm and get and beg for a $1 billion valuation, and then beg the government to bail us out when we owe the money, just like these people are doing. Why are we behind the ball on this whole thing? Just crazy. Let's go.
none of the profits. But when they fail, they'll socialize the losses, and all of a sudden there's money to pay for it. We're already seeing AI's effect on society, and it's not great, but they've got their foot on the gas. People can't afford everyday life, rent, groceries, healthcare, but the rich have insulated themselves. They have no idea how most people are living.
We have two economies today. We have one that is intensely market driven for those at the top, which is extraordinary. They are spending like there's no tomorrow. Meanwhile, for those at the bottom, they're not sure how they're going to make it through the day. You talk a lot left and right as being the biggest divisions in America. It's not. Our biggest division is up and down, and no more so than measured in terms of the confidence people feel.
How about that? It's not left and right, it's up and down.
It really is us versus billionaires. And if the billionaires are in the governments, then the governments aren't working for us. Because at the end of the day, the people truly benefiting from AI aren't ordinary people. It's these corporations. There's times I wish I could be naive like this person, believing in the narrative told to us by these tech CEOs. AI will take our jobs so that we can live in a labor-free society, a society where healthcare and housing isn't tied to our employment. We need only to look at history to see how this goes. Sure, they didn't have the technology that we have today or will have in the future, but people in power have been exploiting workers all the same. They're not building AI to benefit society. They're building AI to further enrich themselves with the ultimate goal that one day it will replace all of us. And they're using our money to do it.
Wow. Wow. Now, on top of that, you're seeing that people are saying that the AI CEOs, that they're beginning to leave. Like they're beginning to leave their abandon their company. That's another thing that's going on too. If you guys are not aware of that, let's go into that conversation.
Which is one of the most influential open source AI image generation models. And so AI CEOs have quietly disappeared, and we need to talk about it. So I'm going to show you guys a clip from Iman Mostak, the British entrepreneur and tech leader, better known as the former founder and CEO of Stability AI, the company behind Stable Diffusion, which is one of the most influential open source AI image generation models. And he made a comment on a podcast, which I think we need to pay attention to, that just kind of glossed over most people's head as not something that was really crazy. But I think this is super, super important. So take a listen to this, and then I'm going to dive into all of those claims and show you guys why this statement is very, very big for 2026.
Avoid a crisis. He estimates this could push unemployment to 20% within 1 to 5 years. I'd be interested to see if you think that that's conservative or on point. Is this kind of looming disruption why the billionaires are building bunkers?
Yes, actually, it's one of the reasons. Generally, it's what they do, but I know a lot of AI CEOs now who've cancelled all public appearances, especially in the wake of Charlie Kirk and things like that. They think that that's going to be the next wave of anti-AI sentiment next year, because next year is the year that AI models go from not being good enough, the dumb member of your team, and again, the people listening to this will be like, yeah, the AI is not good enough. Then overnight, it becomes good enough.
So one of the key things he mentioned was the fact that these AI CEOs have somewhat, quote unquote, disappeared because they're afraid of the backlash. And one of the things that I want to talk about is, firstly, I guess you could talk about is the doomsday scenario. Now, I know it might seem completely speculative.
All right. So what he's saying is that right now, sounds like that AI could be doing more, but what they've been doing is tapering it and slowly unleashing it on us as time goes on, right? And 2026 is when they're really gonna unleash the beast. And all these CEOs are beginning to slowly fade to the back before they do it, which is crazy to me. What? Let's go.
On how we would even get there. And of course, there are many issues facing individuals in today's day and age that we should probably focus on. But I think it's something that we do need to take attention to, because all of his statements, I think they're probably going to come truer the more you start to realize where AI is headed. Now, I'm showing you guys this, which is what you can see, Ilya's bunker. And of course, if you aren't familiar with who Ilya Sutskever is, he's a super smart scientist that worked on, the early ChatGPT models. And he, has his own company now, Superintelligence, Save Superintelligence Inc. And of course, they're valued at, billions of dollars. And now what's interesting is that he said that they are planning for the sense that they need some kind of protection when AGI actually happens. And it does sound like some crazy scenario. Like, okay, why would someone who works at OpenAI say that we need a doomsday bunker for when the machines become smarter than man? But this is a real scenario that happens. And trust me, this is probably the lightest issue that I'm going to be discussing in the video. And so what he actually said, which is pretty crazy if you ask me, he said, we're definitely going to build a bunker before we release AGI. And this is what Sutskever said in 2023, months before he would leave the company. And he said, of course, it's going to be optional whether or not you want to get into the bunker. And what's crazy about this is that, he actually left the company OpenAI for a variety of different reasons, but they were basically talking about the fact that, OpenAI are probably going to build AGI and it's going to be unsafe and the world is going to, potentially collapse in, some crazy kind of scenario.
Bro, what? So you have CEOs leaving companies building bunkers, but yet they still are, it's almost like they're going to create Frankenstein, unleash it on the general populace, and then they're going to go underground. AGI. They're going to release AGI, which they probably already have, but they haven't yet put it out to the public yet. They know that it's probably going to be way smarter than anything and whatever. It's going to start to build on itself and do whatever is doing its own thing. And they're going to escape underground. This is crazy. What? Let's go.
And then at the bottom here, you can see it says, there is a large group of people, Ilya believing one of them, who believe that building AGI will bring about a rapture, said one researcher that Hal quotes. And, that's why Ilya Sutskever is building a bunker, because there's probably going to be some kind of rapture style event when AGI does happen. Now, it does sound like crazy, and I know this video is going to come across as crazy, but as you dive into the video, you'll understand that it's not as crazy as it seems, and these claims for 2026 and 2027 are probably going to get more realistic as time goes on. Now, I did some digging, and I found this book, which there was something that Douglas Rushkoff were noting in his book, Artificial Intelligence, and he, this book is called Survival of the Fittest, Escape the Fantasies of Tech Billionaires. And one of the key things that's true
So do you think that this is about like eugenics? Do you think that they built AI just as a eugenic thing? And if you're a part of like that elite group that get to go into the bunker, because it says something about the bunker, and certain people gonna get to go in the bunker, certain people aren't. So it's almost like they want to create their own destruction. It's crazy. This is very dystopian at best. I don't understand why would they want to build something that would do this? Why wouldn't they stop? Like if I knew that humanity could be destroyed by something, I had to go get a bunker, I would have a hard stop at that. You know, what are we doing?
Driving these guys to build bunkers is AI. Artificial intelligence is one of these central themes from this book, Survival of the Fittest. And basically, he talks about, the common belief system is that, societal catastrophe is basically inevitable and can be escaped through sufficient money and technology by externalizing the damage of their enterprises onto others. And one of those things is that, they're going to, of course, build bunkers to escape the inevitable collapse when it happens. Now, I'm not fear-mongering when I'm saying this. In an interview, Sam Altman, he was speaking with Theo Von, and they were actually talking about the fact that, like society could eventually collapse. And they're talking about
what the hell? And they're talking about it laughing. He has a smile on his face. Yeah, society might collapse or whatever. Like, bro, what? Like, why would either these people are not from Earth, or what are we? Why would they build something like this? What is going on? But then they are also asking for our tax dollars to help build our own destruction. This is what's crazy. 2026 is coming upon us, and they're already built their bunkers out for AGI when they release this whole thing onto us. Unleash it. I'm not say release. Unleash it. They're already prepared to go underground.
Bunkers and stuff like that. And Sam Altman, if you aren't familiar, he's actually been a doomsday prepper for quite some time. And he talks about the fact that I have underground concrete, heavy reinforcement basements, but I don't have something that I would call a bunker. And, of course, Yvonne said that is basically a bunker dude. So, they were just talking about this and kind of joking about it. But I think it, should be noted that all of these billionaire CEOs are building safe havens away from the eventual release of AGI. Mark Zuckerberg is also building, work on his Kula Ranch, his sprawling 1,400-acre compound in the Hawaiian state of Kauai as far back as 2014. And once again, this is some bunker. Now, I think it's important to know that this bunker kind of thing is, something that's way, way down the line. But what I should, talk about in this video, and I think, why AI CEOs probably won't be as public as they were in the past, is that AI backlash is getting to a critical point. And I don't think people understand just how bad it has gotten. And I do not think that AI CEOs will continue to be as public as they are in probably 2027, 2028, maybe even towards the tail end of 2026. And this is why Emad Mostaque is basically saying that AI is reaching that tipping point, and this is why AI CEOs are disappearing. So I think what this shows as well, and we don't even have to talk about just Charlie Kirk. There's of course other individuals who have been killed, other billionaires and CEOs who have been killed by individuals from the public. I'm not going to dive into it too much. I don't want the video to get demonetized, but I started to notice a trend. So I went on Twitter and I kind of looked around because I wanted to see exactly what was going on, and it was worse than I thought. Like AI backlash is getting so bad that I don't want to say that someone's going to try and harm an public CEO, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's happened. And I'm not calling for this. Of course, violence is never the answer in my genuine opinion. I think things can be solved through discourse, but look at how bad it has gotten and how bad the public outrage is anytime something AI generated comes up on the feed. I've never seen anything like this. And at first it was maybe 1 or 2 tweets here and there. But now there is a common consensus, and this is among normal people outside of the AI bubble. So if you're watching this channel, you're not likely to be exposed to the AI hate as much because you're in the AI bubble. You talk to people who use AI on a daily basis. I talk to people who use AI on a daily basis. But people outside of it genuinely hate AI. And this is a wake-up call when speaking to people who aren't as deep in AI as I am. So you can see tweets here. If you just type in FAI, you can see someone saying FAI. Someone said FAI, and I can't state this enough. AI in any creative field, go F yourself. F Google for pushing this too. F Meta, F this, enough is enough. And, this just goes on and on. And
let me tell you something. My own daughter, okay, who is about to graduate high school this year, and she's an artist, is so anti-AI. Listen, she was anti, when the NFT back in the day, she wasn't for that. I mean, my kids are very smart, but she knew back then, she's like, no, I'm not down with NFT. Because I was like, why don't you put your drawings? She's a fantastic artist. I was like, why don't you put your drawings in NFT and this, that, the other? She was like, man, she would laugh at me, right? Like, no, I'm not putting my stuff in the NFT and bump NFTs and all stuff. And now with AI, she's very aware of the environmental impact that it has just on the environment alone. And I might just bring her up here to talk about that, because it's a real thing. Let's go.
Then, of course, you can see, individuals, humans are piggybacking on this, of course, AI hate wave. You can see that Culture Crave said that this film was willfully made for humans, by humans, screw AI. And of course, people are going to now embrace that. Of course, you can see here is that why is everything AI? Why are adverts now AI? Why do people find AI videos funny? F off, it looks horrible. Someone else said, you know what? F AI, it's greatly raising the cost of electricity. It's tripling the RAM prices, which will now only go higher. It is blowing through the fresh water supply for cooling. The temporary power plants for some of these data centers have built insane amounts of pollution and destroy the local air quality. It is being forced everywhere, costing people jobs, even when it doesn't work. It is straight up trash or makes any sense. We the people are always getting screwed over so the rich can get richer. Like, this is something that just goes on and on and on and on. These things have tons and tons and tons and tons of likes and retweets. I mean, there was even, an AI campaign where someone was trying to promote the AI pendant. And then someone said, pure unadulterated evil, screw this guy, And then, of course, you have here, AI backlash. I'm one of the, people that worked on this ad. And this is sarcasm, by the way. So McDonald's, a few days ago, they released an ad that was an AI-generated Christmas ad. And the studio behind it was saying that they hardly slept and they used AI to refine the prompts and shots. And people were saying, the prompts that my team actually used were make it funny, make it epic, and make it funnier. And they're basically taking in Mickey that basically just taking extreme sarcasm to the point that, AI doesn't, nearly take as much time and effort as it would to do a human production. And I mean, I found so many different tweets of people saying, I just want it to go away. I was saying, I hate it. And there are, a lot that I can't find that have millions and millions of tweets. But I think it's getting to a point now where what happens when people hate AI so much that, there is just a public outrage and discourse? What is going to happen to society at the point where society fractures? I do think that billionaires will probably leave the public eye. And I do think that they're probably going to have to change their relationship with AI because...
Listen, I can tell you, like, everything that looks like, even I find myself looking at stuff that looks ridiculous and saying that must be AI. And you'll see the whole chat like that's AI. And people are not happy with this manipulation. They're not happy with it.
It's simply going too far. And I do think that the next phase is going to get worse. And this is the point of the video where I'm showing you guys, this is why things are going to get worse. And this is the AI job section. So we got a tweet from Unusual Wells that says AI and automation could eliminate nearly 100 million jobs in the US over the next decade per the Senate report. Now, I did some research again. I was looking at a Goldman Sachs report and it talks about how employment is contracting in some sectors where anecdote suggests that AI is substituting for labor. So what we have here is we have, I guess you could, some of this is white collar work, some of this is, entry level jobs, depending on what you call it. But a lot of these, jobs, and I think a lot of these careers and opportunities were good opportunities for individuals to bootstrap themselves and, push themselves up, social mobility, all that kind of stuff, which is, of course, good for the morale and individuals of the economy. But we can see that many of these, careers, ever since the release of ChatGPT, it's been declining pretty steadily. Now, of course, you could make some macroeconomic statements about the fact that the economy has been declining in this area or that area. Certain companies have had to reduce. There was overhiring in 2020 thanks to the pandemic. Of course, those are factors, but I think it would be, very foolish to ignore the fact that AI hasn't played a part in how companies are thinking about their expenses moving forward. And these are just some of the areas where employment may be contracting. And that's only going to further fuel the resentment and anger towards AI, which isn't helpful for anyone. And the report basically talks about, despite the widespread job losses concern, AI adoption is expected to have only a modest and relatively temporary impact on employment levels. I'm not sure I agree with this. I think people have always underestimated AI. And one mistake I'm no longer making is I'm no longer underestimating AI. I think it's better to overestimate AI, and that way you'll be safer because AI has always exceeded our expectations in recent history.
Welcome, my child. Welcome, or to the chat, Geosite. So I was telling the audience about how you, as an artist, that you wasn't down with the NFTs. and you definitely are not down with for AI. Could you go into like why you weren't down for NFTs when they came out, and then why you have such a staunch disagreement with AI?
I think AI just uses like a bunch of water. It takes people's job. It's like a rich people thing. NFTs and AI is like just a rich people thing. I don't know, like it's something that people like invest like way too much money into or something like that, instead of like investing money into like like giving people like homes and jobs. They invest money into AI, and I don't really mess with that.
Right. And you know what? That's a good point. Instead of infrastructure, like,
Right.
American infrastructure is collapsing. I was just doing a DoorDash for the first time ever. And honey, some of them roads I was riding down, I ended up riding on the sidewalk, didn't even know, because I guess they were doing some construction or whatever. And honey, I was riding on the sidewalk, didn't even know it. Had to go back into the road. Man, it was very scary. Yeah. And yeah, infrastructure. What about like the roads? What about like potholes? Why are we still being in Dallas? We have some of the most crazy looking highway bridges that go high, and some of them things are tore up. Like you're dang near on a roller coaster level height on these highways, and you'll see like potholes in the on that.
Hmm.
But we're building AI, and the companies that are building AI, they're operating at a deficit. Can you go into that? Like, let's go into like some of the other reasons.
I think rich people is more focused on replacing human workers more than like actually like fixing stuff like right now. They're more focused on seeing into the future, like, oh, the future of AI is inevitable. I'm going to invest $1,000 gajillion into, instead of like worrying about the dying poor children like out on the streets, like dude.
Yeah, $1 billion toward a company that's actually in operating in a deficit. You're never going to get your $1 billion back.
Right.
And you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
They're actually, and I was playing earlier. You didn't get to see it, but it was actually talking about how with AI that all the companies are in debt, and now they're going to go back to the government and begin to ask the government to bail them out.
These companies are just passing money around, like they're making everything seem like it's good, oh, the country has good GDP all because of AI. But no, it's just passing a bunch of money, like an obscene amount of money around, and just investing it in like nonsense, like, oh, the GPU factory or whatever. We have a Bitcoin mine that's like 30 blocks wide, and it uses like 10,000 gallons of water for every, like dude.
Right. They could be investing in clean water minus the chemicals, food minus the chemicals, but what they're doing instead is that,
They're
oh
they're
no, let's
they're
build
putting
AI.
like water into that computer instead of like into us. We're gonna probably like, I think if stuff goes on, like if this if the same stuff goes on for like 10 years, we're gonna probably like not have water anymore. All our water bills are going up right now because it's AI.
I'm wondering why they can't use salt water. Why does it have to be fresh water?
Right. I don't know. It's because the GPUs that they use is like super expensive. They got like NVIDIA RTX GPUs, which makes no sense. Like, why can't they just use like cheap GPUs?
I don't know.
Dude,
So
rich people are
why
stupid.
is that you are against NFTs as well? I remember back when you were like about 13, 14. I was like, you need to like take your drawings and put them in the NFTs. This was that 13, 14, or 16? How old were you when I started trying to get you to do NFTs?
I think that was like in 2023, so I was like 15 or 16.
Right. And I was like, oh, NFT, the new thing, you should, because, like I said, my daughter's a wonderful artist and she draws like no one's, does animation and all this other stuff. And like, think about this, like how AI is going to affect a person like her, who's been a natural at drawing her whole life, but now AI comes around stealing. What they're really doing is stealing other people's drawings and stuff like that, and then putting them on the market and telling someone else, oh, okay, this is your drawing now.
Right.
So why were you against NFTs at the time?
I think I don't know. Wait, I think it's the same reason I'm like against AI. It's like I don't know. It's like a rich people thing or something like that. Because NFTs was like a thing. No. I think it was like the infancy of AI almost. Because people were using AI to make NFTs or something, and I think it was like the same thing with AI. People are using like water and stuff, or NFTs are using like a bunch of water or clean water or something, and it was like I like saw a bunch of videos talking about it, like harming the environment and stuff like that. So I was like, nah, yeah, I'm not. I don't really care for NFTs, but. Blah, screw NFTs, blah, or something like that.
So how many kids that are your age feel the same way? Do you know?
Not really. I just knew that people didn't really mess with AI that much or NFTs that much. It was like a group, like one group loved NFTs, one group hated NFTs, but I don't really know who. But yeah.
Well, that's based on like the message board you were on, right?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
So, so let's go into what do you think that the future is in 2026? They're supposed to be releasing super AI, and then I played earlier where all the tech billionaires are going and building bunkers so that when they release it, then they're going to go underground. What do you think about that?
I think we're going to have the next Great Depression because of AI, because people are investing way too much money into AI, and like it's not doing anything. It's just putting so much money into like CPUs and graphics chips, and like nobody's gonna have a job because rich people are stupid and like they have like monkey ape brains like my PFP, and yeah, there's not going to be anything for like the poor and the middle class because all the rich people are going to hoard the money unless in the future someone says, yo, we need to make laws against this AI nonsense. We need to like do something about the laws against AI and stuff like that, which hopefully that happens. Hopefully someone like that happens. I don't know yet, but we'll see.
So at one point, Elon Musk said that AI is going to replace social media. That at some point, when you open up your phone, you're not going to see a YouTube, you're not going to see a Google, you're not going to see any of that. It's just going to be an AI. That's it, and you're just going to be able to bring up whatever you want to bring up. So, how do you think that's going to affect human interconnectivity, like being able to communicate with each other? Why do you think that a person would want to make something like that?
I think something like that is completely just unrealistic. Like, for AI, you'll need like an entire factory. Cause like, what if you don't have internet? What if you don't have internet? Like with AI, what if you like literally like are just like, oh, I'm using a computer just to use it, and you need like a keyboard. You usually need like a keyboard or something for a computer. Like what it sounds like to me is it sounds like an iPhone without a button, like how Apple was trying to go all minimalist with this features. It sounds like like that's what it sounds like, but with AI.
Like you're just gonna be able to talk into it, say and ask it, and it's gonna give you what you want versus typing anything, liking any pictures, interacting with other humans. It doesn't sound like they're trying to get away from human interactivity and then be able to pigeonhole us into a certain just only interacting with AI.
I thought, yeah, that's what I think. I'm like thinking like, oh, it's just AI. It's just this. I think if something like that were to happen, like I think the AI would like be trained off of other AIs, and it would be like kind of like like weird looking. Everything would like be like kind of gross looking, like you know, with you know, image generation and like the Ghibli filter, it became like yellow because it was training the AI off of like its other AI stuff, and it became like super yellowish and gross looking. And I think I think that would happen if Elon Musk would like make like a product that was like it wouldn't do well. It would not do well.
You don't think so?
I think it would be just like a major like failure, something like that.
So let's listen to more about what he's saying what's going on with AI. And I'm glad to have you here, my daughter. And listen, this is my daughter. She graduates in June from high school, and I find a blessing to be able to hear from our young people about these subjects. So
now, Iman Mostak, he dives into this a little bit more, and he talks about the fact that it's probably going to get worse before it gets better.
Every single company in the world that's a knowledge company is going to be asking the same question in a year from now. Do I need that human? And all the liabilities that come with them. When I can hire an AI at pennies that never complains, that gets the work done at a better level than the human. And I can't tell it's not a human on the other side of the screen. And for me, that's a recipe for massive unrest like we've never seen before, because how do you ban that as a government? Should you be banning that as a government? Governments are in a race where they're trying to embrace this technology right now. But the new jobs of the future, if there are new jobs, aren't going to come at that time. Capital itself will disappear. Like, what's the value of a media franchise? It's its network effects and other things like that, when you can create brand new franchises almost on the fly in a year or two. What's the value of a New York taxi medallion when you have Teslas auto driving for a few dollars, you know? And this is why quite bullish blockchain. But at the same time, like, you got this cognitive surplus coming, and I can't see how that's not going to be massively disruptive.
And here we have the Anthropic CEO, who's actually been pretty open and honest about the coming changes in society. Take a listen.
We have a choice here. I'm not saying we're fated for the bad outcomes, but if we don't handle this well, I am worried that fast growth could be coupled with job displacement for a lot of people, that you could get a much bigger pie, but also that pie could be concentrated more in a smaller number of people, and there could be some people who don't get any. That is my concern. And specifically, if we look at jobs like, as you said, entry-level white-collar work. You know, I think of people who work at law firms, like first-year associates. There's a lot of document review. It's very repetitive, but every example is different. That's something that AI is quite good at. If you think of, you know, first year at, you know, entry-level work at a consulting company, you know, the typical entry-level white-collar work, right? If you think of a lot of kind of entry-level administrative work, right? People who coordinate things, who schedule things, who organize things, who take notes. If you think of entry-level work at a finance company, right? Doing routine analysis of financial documents, right? These are kind of the workhorses of entry-level white-collar labor. And yet they're things that AI is already pretty good at, and AI is rapidly getting better at.
And so when you realize that you've got AI job loss, which is probably going to happen within the next 3 to 5 years on a scale that most people haven't seen yet, we have the fact that people already hate AI because it is, you know, doing a lot of stuff that humans are meant to be doing already. It's, you know, ruining the internet in certain areas and just a variety of different things that I won't need to get into. And you have this societal unrest, and you've got a lot of people who are clearly angry. I think I wouldn't be surprised if many of these AI CEOs start to disappear out of the public eye because that hate and that sentiment is going to flow somewhere. And honestly, I'm pretty concerned about where society is heading if we don't manage this transition very effectively. I think AI can be a tool for good. I think it can be something that, truly uplifts society. But right now, we're in this fractured state where it's not really being managed well. It's not being, looked into in terms of all the potential unknowns and the effects. I think we do need organizations that can sort of ensure the transition becomes super smooth. And governments are usually pretty slow. So I'm hoping that someone out there decides to, okay, AI is good, but we need to make it great. We can't just have the effects just propagate throughout the economy and society without reining it in. I mean, you've already seen what social media has done to people's mental health and other unintended consequences. AI is going to be far bigger, and we need to just, catch it early. So
what is your thoughts about what was just said right there?
I think people need to stop worrying about the future and start worrying about the present, because people are like, oh, AI is gonna replace, okay, what jobs are being replaced right now, and what can you do to not to not be replaced by AI in the future? Dude, stop worrying about the future of AI. It's not gonna take over the world unless you let it take over the world. Dude, I don't think AI is gonna take over the world. I think the rich people are gonna just get super rich to the point everyone else is gonna be in poverty. I think that's the outcome of the world right now. I think rich people are gonna have like mechanical parts to make them live 1,000 years
Wow.
I think that's gonna be the future, is if nothing changes.
So you think that the whole thing is that rich people are going to merge with AI and become these robots themselves?
Yeah, dude.
And integrate with themselves with AI and become superhumans, and then the regular human beings are going to be impoverished, and then those rich people are going, as they merge and become singular with AI, then they'll have this slave class of people that are just normal people that can't afford to merge. They can't afford the Neuralink and put the AI part on them and become half robot, half human. Is that what you think? That's what it is? Wow, I never even thought of that. That these people they're not just going into, because my thing is I keep hearing these people, that these rich people about, or these people of these companies AI is going to do this and this, very dangerous, but they keep going. I'm like, well, why wouldn't you stop at some point?
Right, dude.
Why would you know the outcome and then keep it going, keep pushing it? I don't get it, right? It's because they're like, yeah, it's gonna do this, and they're just they gotta let you know what they're about to do. But they don't tell you on the other side, the flip side, well, the reason why we won't be affected by it is because we're gonna merge with it.
Exactly, dude. I bet they're gonna crush their human bodies and upload their brains to a cloud service thing or something like that. I think that's what it's gonna lead to. If nothing happens, if nothing's regulated, it's gonna be like a sci-fi movie thriller type situation, but in real life.
Wow.
But it's gonna be super real. We're gonna people are still paying taxes and everything. Dude. It's tax dollars being invested in these rich people, putting Neuralinking into these robots, probably.
Right. That's why they're asking all this money, because what they're saying is that these companies are they're having valuations of $1 billion, $1 trillion, but they're in debt, right?
Right.
We're gonna ask the government to bail them out. So where does all that money go? Into their pockets. So what do they do with that money? What do you do with $1 billion? Only a certain amount of that has to go into the AI model, because the AI begins to replicate itself, right? And begins to work for itself. And for other than the cost of the water and keeping it going, where does the rest of this money go? And I think that valuation is really a farce anyway. So that's interesting. So let's go into, they're saying that the AI boom is about to crash, and here's why. So let's go into that.
You know, what caused the collapse of the stock market? The two most boring initials in the world, AI.
AI.
Yes.
That's going to cause the biggest financial crash in history.
So we got a lot to talk about. There is an idea that AI could be responsible for the next tech crash. And we got to talk about this. There's a lot to do. Some really smart people are saying we should look out for it. And I've been watching this for a while. The entire run up in the S&P 500 recently has been AI and tech driven. This is scary.
The reason is AI.
Yes.
That's going to cause the biggest financial crash in history.
AI.
Yeah.
But you know what? And here's the thing: people might say, "Okay, not that's a Kiyosaki. Now he was the one who made the book Rich Dad Poor Dad, right? So you say, well, he's an older man, so therefore, of course, he'd be against AI, right? But you know, he also knows the stock market and things like this. Now that you have this Bitcoin, what do you think about Bitcoin and blockchain and that? What do you think about that as well?
I think it's ruining the environment. I don't know. It won't. I don't think it'll be a good replacement for money. I don't like, dude. Same thing with Bitcoin. What if you don't have internet? What if you don't have Wi-Fi? You'll have to constantly have like some sort of Wi-Fi or some sort of like hotspot that you have to put money into a hot. You got to put money into a hotspot. You got to put money into Wi-Fi. It's like stupid. Just get regular. I think we're gonna have to like move to like gold bars in the next like 10 years, next 3 decades, or something like that. We're gonna have to resort to like trading stuff and like getting like gold nuggets at this point. Like Bitcoin is gonna like be like a popular thing for like probably like 5 years at most. I don't know about Bitcoin. I don't have faith in Bitcoin. It's not something.
And you know what? Another thing I noticed is that, do you know how many people have Bitcoin wallets that because they lost the key, that all that money is gone? They can't even get access to it.
Oh man, like they forget the password. Like they forget the password to Bitcoin.
Yeah.
What
the
heck?
They read the password. Like if you forget the password, you can't access your money.
Like, dude, everything about Bitcoin is just kind of like, why are you wasting so much money into this nonsense? What like, dude, Bitcoin, I'm going to invest in Bitcoin. It's going to be, and every rich person on the planet will be like, yo, you're super high tech and smart for investing in Bitcoin, man. Like if you were a rich person right now, you'd be like, people would be like oh man.
Or in Bitcoin. But see, you see a lot more regular people investing in Bitcoin.
Yes, it's not even rich people. It's like,
imagine you take $1,000 and then you make 100,000, but then you can't get access to your wallet because how it goes, sometimes it'll make you change the password several times and people will lose. So imagine you done put $1,000 into this, you get up to 100,000 and you can't even access your wallet.
Right.
Do you know how many people I know that have like $1 million in Bitcoin and cannot take the money out of Bitcoin?
Like I'd rather put money into like some Barbie doll collection than get some Bitcoin. Yeah, it's a literal scam. It's a scam, dude. It's fake money. Like right now I can like make something called like Aura Bucks or something like that. Like it's as fake as my Aura Bucks that I just made up out of my head. Like it's not real. It's just
right. And if everybody buys 10 Aura Bucks, then it becomes something, right?
Right. Like, dude.
But the rich people can get the money out. But I know people that have like millions of dollars in Bitcoin cannot get are sitting up here right now trying to figure out how to get their money off the blockchain or the whatever they call it. I don't even know what the blockchain or the whatever it is. and have been and have been getting people like coalitions of people trying to get their money off and can't get it off right now. Like got millions of dollars because whatever the key was, they lost the key or whatever. And I tried to take some money off of Bitcoin today, and I'm confused. I don't even know how to take it off of it. I done put a few dollars on there. I ain't went too hard with it, like maybe $12. And I'm like, dude, I can't get my little $12 back. Hell no, I'm not putting no big money on there because I'll be pissed off if that shit grow up to be 5,000 and I can't take my money off there because of a password. What?
Exactly.
And where does that money go when you can't take it off? It just sits there on the blockchain or whatever for everybody else to trade.
I think it's designed like that on purpose. I think it's like a big money making thing right now, cause for somehow Bitcoin has like infinite money, so I think Bitcoin can like bribe people or some sort of Bitcoin company. What should we call it? I forgot the name, but like, dude, yeah,
they bribe people with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Now you know a little bit more about some of this stuff than I do, or so you might be. If you know about that, like go ahead and tell what's going on. What you know?
I think I forgot, but like, I think
you can look it up.
Yeah. Tech companies like Google and stuff, I think, bribed Trump into like supporting them, and yeah, they bribed the president into like supporting these companies, and cause like, dude, Trump like really switched up with these companies, cause remember like last year, Trump was like banning TikTok and Google and all that stuff, dude. Now everything's changed. Now we got Google like collecting our data and stuff like that. We got age verification recently. We have to like put our certain people have to put their IDs in certain locations, and it's like it's a big thing to like just steal your data or something like that.
I think that the same thing is happening with AI. I think anything with that freemium where you have you join for free, and after 7 days, then you can pay. That is a data collection effort. Anything for free, just so you know, guys, if it's free, it's not free. Anything free is not free. Exactly. So y'all joining these platforms and y'all just typing in your information to get it for free, and y'all don't think I'm getting over. Okay, I ain't gotta pay. No, you're paying. You're paying with your data. Those people they'll take your data and sell it to a data mining company, and then they'll be able to go, and they have like things within their terms of service that say they can like tap into your phone and and when you get up on that platform, now they probably put a thing onto your phone where they like get to like siphon all your information. But the thing is that we are so interested in the technology of it all, right?
Right.
Okay, he says I give them fake data. Okay, yes, you're better off doing that. Get a VoIP, but also have a VPN. What's that VoIP? Yes, have a VPN. Do not just be getting on these platforms and be on your real thing, because they will come in, your IP address, all that stuff is exposed to them, So let's continue to watch the rest of this, what they're talking about with this AI boom. Let's go.
Yeah. Mark my words. The reason is because AI cannot measure insanity. So when there's a panic, AI is going to kick in and they're going to sell.
What are your thoughts about this? Comments down below. In my opinion, there's always been some type of circuit breaker. Every time the stock market sells off an X amount in a short amount of time, circuit breaker, they'll halt the market. But the entire Silicon Valley Bank thing that happened, now that was wild. And a lot of people lost a lot of money. I know some people personally that lost their money in that deal. Very scary. This goes deep. I've never been a real fan of Robert Kiyosaki. He's always the next doom and glimmer, but there are some points to some of this stuff.
But you know what's going to cause the collapse of the stock market? The two most boring initials in the world, AI.
Okay.
You have these companies that are have already spent $700 billion in capital expenditures. They've committed another $1 trillion. Their annual income is worldwide across all firms $60 billion. But it's not actually $60 billion because at least 10 billion of that is the 10 billion that Microsoft gave to OpenAI and OpenAI gave back to Microsoft. Then you have the Magnificent seven firms whose shares are.
Hold on. So isn't that a circle jerk? Someone gives Microsoft $7 billion. Microsoft give other people, give them back $7 billion. So they're pretty much, you know what this is similar to? Like, okay, let me just tell you this. All right, if I want to listen, I can get funded right now. If I want to get like $100,000 in funds, I could open up a bank account. I could take $10,000. I could put it into that bank account, and I can just keep circulating that same $10,000 in and out of my bank account. If I wanted to like be shady, right? Just circulate that money in and out of my bank account, and then I will be able to show any lender that I have $10,000 coming into my bank account every month, right? And then I'll be able to like get access to like what $100,000, $300,000, and then I continue to circulate that, and then I'll get access to more money, right? And that's pretty much what it seems like they're doing. They get these funds, they get these so-called investors to invest $1 billion. Now, there's no such thing as $1 billion. There's no $1 billion liquid anything cash going through. They don't even print that much money in the Federal Reserve. So all this $1 billion and $1 trillion is hypothetical. It's a valuation. So this company is valued at $1 billion, right? And so a person say, okay, well, I'm going to invest of a future thing of, okay, I'm going to give you $1 billion. They're not giving them $1 billion. They're just on paper saying, okay, you got $1 billion. So all this stuff is just like some hypothetical fake shit going on because $1 trillion, 700 billion, all these numbers that they're throwing out. What? Like, what bank is holding 700?
Generating numbers with AI. They're generating like fake numbers with AI.
just with paperwork.
Right, like.
You know what I'm saying? Someone says, okay, well, this company's worth $1 billion. They create like shares that are worth $1 billion in shares, and then they go public, and then those shares go public, and all this stuff is really like just not even. It's just made up numbers. Right. There is no real $1 billion circulating anywhere. You know, so then they can say, oh, okay, well, we are at a deficit, and we need to borrow more money. We need $1 billion more, 700 billion more. And then it's almost like they're lending them a certain amount of money, but they're never like giving like $1 billion. So the whole thing is fake.
Exactly. Yo. Just a big scam.
We need to learn how to play this game. Okay. We're up here talking about reparations. Well, listen, that is, if you figure out how to play the game that they're playing, there's your reparations. Let's go.
Microsoft gave to OpenAI and OpenAI gave back to Microsoft. Then you have the Magnificent seven firms whose shares are a third of the S&P 500, which is like the FTSE 500. They just pass around that $100 billion IOU over and over again and book it as revenue. They amortize the assets, so they're depreciating those GPUs on a 5-year schedule, but they have to replace them every 2 to 3 years because they burn out. So everything about this is nightmarish. And the tool.
That's incredible. It'd be interesting to see if the IRS allows for depreciation of some of these things and what kind of tax loopholes that are being circulated in here. Because AI is the only way that we'll see growth in the near future. And these data centers are out of control. The power being consumed on the grid is insane.
Don't do anything like what the manufacturers claim they do, and they won't, right? This idea that eventually they'll become so intelligent that they can be your agent or so on. It's this crazy notion that if you feed more words to the word guessing program, it will wake up. And if we're lucky, it'll be God. And if we're unlucky, it'll turn us into paper clips. It's a ridiculous idea. It's like saying, if we keep breeding these horses to run faster and faster, we're pretty sure one day one of them will give birth to a locomotive, right? We are not, as people, word guessing program.
I don't know. I call that a straw man. I think he's just beating it up because there's such a thing as the data wall. Very interesting concept that I saw recently is there's only so much data available for AI to actually compute. And at some point, it's going to hit a wall. And that's one of the biggest hurdles right now in AI, that and power consumption.
Hey, congratulations. Are you ready for this? You are about to see the largest tech crash in the history of tech for two reasons. The first reason is that all the big tech companies like OpenAI, Microsoft, Google, X, they didn't lay off their junior developers. They laid off the senior developers, the expensive ones that architected everything that you see. And they replaced them with, remember that straight A student from college who gets straight A's just because they got straight A's and they don't really think too deeply around things because they just got straight A's because that's how they live their life. Yeah, that's who's running all these tech companies now. Like all the middle management and developer architects, all the way up the chain. It's just mindless straight A students. And all the people who made the AIs are now gone. Things are crashing. Things are crashing for stupid reasons that are entirely preventable.
What your thoughts are on this? I do think there is a trajectory in most businesses where entrepreneurs build them up, managers level them off, and then they start to die, and they got to bring the entrepreneurs back into the market, or the business will kind of just crumble upon itself. But I think that he's stretching it a little bit. I do think that some of the big, great developers have been laid off, and they replaced those middle range engineers with AI itself. So it's kind of like creating and functioning itself. If you're an engineer in tech, down below, comment down below, straighten some of this out or not. If there's a canary in the coal mine, go ahead and let it scream, because I'm not sure if he's entirely correct.
And the second is, in the early days of AI, there was a decision. Do we run these locally on our machines, or do we build giant data centers? And lo and behold, just like an AI phylogenetic tree, the giant data centers are now becoming irrelevant because the open source models are catching up to the giant data center models. And the world will soon discover that you can run these models for free locally on your machine, which means you don't have to pay for a subscription.
What?
That is existentially scary to somebody like Oracle, somebody like OpenAI, somebody like Microsoft, who put their entire market cap on the idea of making huge data center AI arms race. Thus,
what do you think? What do you think? What he said about that so far?
Play it again. Wait, no. I don't have any thoughts right now. Hold on.
So what do you
do it.
You want me to go back a little bit? So
No.
You hear what he's saying? He's pretty much saying is that that the current model, it was that there was this big data center model.
Mhm.
But now, like the open source is, you're finding out that guess what? You can download it on your computer and run the same model without all the big computers, all that stuff on your local computer with the open source AI.
That just says a lot about how ambitious people are with stuff, especially rich people that have enough money to invest in like trillions of dollars worth of computers. I'm exaggerating with the money, but like, yeah, like
it's not exaggerating. It's trillions.
Yeah, trillions.
700 billion is like about 300 from a trillion.
Oh
So-
yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, oh my god, I am right. Okay, trillions of dollars worth of like computers, which, like, dude, and you can like if you can do the same thing.
Like they overvaluated themselves just to get the money and then go into bunkers and then release AGI, which is the next step in it all. So they're gonna like let us do open source AI on our local computer. That's what it sounds like to me. Is that regular AI is gonna go. So and while like the tech billionaires are going to unleash AGI, and that's where it's gonna get crazy.
I think the tech billionaires don't really know how computers work. I don't know. I think there's like a lot of tech billionaires that believe that if you get a good chipset, stuff will work better and the AI will be smarter. But no, I think if you can run a good AI with like a 2009 MacBook iMac thing, then like what's the heck?
All right, so no more humans making 100,000+ a year at tech companies. The smart college kids work for their tech companies for 35,000 a year. And then he says, he says, we need AI no matter how we slice the pie. We brought ourselves here with the help of billionaires, of course. Well, was it the billionaires or was it the people that built it? Because here's the thing. The billionaires just own the company, but the people that built it that are now out of a job, but they have enough money to like sustain themselves. I'm sure they made millions even developing it, you know. They're not working there no more. That's what was said just now, is that they fired all the big people that created the whole thing, and then they hired junior. Once they got to a point, they said, okay, you guys are all fired. Now we have juniors to maintain it. That's what's crazy about this whole thing. But in reality, to actually stabilize it and make sure it's actually worth something, because AI can be ridiculous, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you need the people that created it. You know, who else would know how to control it better and make sure it works right would be the ones that made it, you know? That's crazy right there.
AGI is nothing but a concept right now. It's not even a real thing right now. It's like a concept that these big corporations put into your head to further push the narrative that like AI is like an inevitable cause of our extinction or something like that. And what they're trying to do with this AGI nonsense is that they're trying to like get us to like be all hopeless and stuff like that about this AI stuff. And they're trying to they're basically trying to like brainwash us. Corporations are trying to brainwash us into giving them more money and being all depressed, like, oh yep, it's inevitable. Our fate is like our fate is flipping, being slaves to robots, and like being like in WALL-E, like that one that Pixar movie WALL-E. We're gonna like be in like a planet, a big planet, and we're gonna be consumers like zombies. We're gonna be zombies, literally. We're gonna like.
You know, we were having a conversation in the car where you talked about WALL-E and how they talked how in that movie, humans were like these obese, like fat people that just were like just typing on computers, and meanwhile, like the robots were running the world. Talk about that.
Yeah, WALL-E. The entire world is like covered in trash, and like, and it's up to the robots to like pick up the trash in the world and like organize it. And so, like, dude, I think
Isn't that crazy? So here's the thing. So a lot of this that they put these movies into kids. This is a kids movie, right? Like at least PG-13, PG, whatever. Like Pixar. G-rated, right?
Yeah.
So this movie WALL-E is telling the young kids that, oh, okay, in the future it's gonna be a bunch of obese fat people sitting on computers typing, and meanwhile the robots are gonna have to clean up all the. Go ahead.
In WALL-E, the robots actually kind of like look sentient, almost like WALL-E like falls in love with like this newer robot called like Eva or something like that. Like I think what WALL-E is like saying is that we're gonna be like stuck in like a big like moon-shaped orb ball, like consuming stuff and consuming slop, and robots are gonna actually gain sentience and they're gonna be the next like creature, but that's just a concept. It's not really a real thing right now. We're struggling to fully grasp that. It's not, AI is not really that crazy right now. We need to stop thinking
Wally is a Disney.
into the
Wally's
future.
a Disney movie. It's a Disney movie.
Yeah, that's a Pixar movie. That's a
What?
whole like,
Wait,
dude,
so is Disney is Pixar owned by Disney?
Wally, I think was before Disney bought Pixar. I'm not sure. I gotta check later. But yeah, yeah. I think this was like before like Pixar was bought by Disney and like everything like changed within Pixar. Probably in like 2009 or something.
Right.
It was after Nemo or something like that.
After Finding Nemo, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so look, so let's show it right here. Like there's like, you know, he's cleaning up the environment, and so it's like it's going to be up to the robots to clean up the environment.
Yeah, and they're gonna be like weirdly sentient. They're gonna have like this weird like empathy type of thing. But
They make it cute, like they make it look so like, oh, cute little Adam, he's emote. Look at his little eyes. Oh my god.
And then it pulls out like a gun and like
right, in a Disney movie, like shooting some kid with another robot. And I guess that's all the trash on the earth that the robots are cleaning up.
Exactly.
Right. So that's interesting. So here's the thing: is that this is the type of rhetoric that they're putting into our kids' mind of all the trash and all the that the robots are going to have to clean up the earth. You know. And look, the fat kid, the fat interesting, right? You know. See, look, this is the trash that they have on the earth, and that the robots are cleaning up all the trash. And then you have like the overweight humans that are it's cleaning. It's like picking up our bras and our like whatever, like make it, you know, they make it cute. You know what I'm saying? But in reality, this is what they're looking forward to. You know?
Yeah, that's corporations' dreams. They want to like have us consume all of their stuff, all of their slop, and invest money into that slop for them for their little number to grow. It's all like someone owning something and the money growing or something like that.
You know what? And listen, this is my daughter. She's 18 years old, and I love to bring her up here because she will break down some stuff that I didn't even know existed. You know, sometimes I'm like, what that happened? You know, because I'm not watching Wally. You know, and she also talked about how Up, there was like a connection to Up and how the Pixar movie Up, and it's all connecting to like this whole future, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it all eventually leads to cars, like humans becoming like cars or something like that. I saw like this 2-hour long like theory video about Pixar for some reason.
Or like Transformers or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, we're gonna like become robots.
Basically, but you know what? A grown-up movie that's similar to that is, I would say, what's the one? Jordan Peele had a movie where there was a group of people that was trying to like transfer human consciousness to from one person to another, and so they show it in adult film movies, but they don't really. But I think they show it more in kids movies, right? So
I think, dude, there's gonna be a new like Pixar movie where like the entire premise is someone like puts their brain inside of like a robot animal or something like that. They like link their consciousness inside of like a robot creature, and dude, that supports the entire like theory that a bunch of Pixar movies is about this one corporation turning humans into like a bunch of robots.
But it won't be us regular humans. It'll be the rich people that have enough money to like sustain that and have the money to like pay for that, you know?
Right.
But I'm glad that you brought that up. I never even looked at it from that standpoint. Sometimes out of the mouths of our youth, we get to really hear, like, because you know what she said is that I think that what's happening with a lot of these rich people is that they're trying to separate themselves and they're getting this money because they want to merge with technology. They want to have a singularity, but that singularity will not be just across the board. It will be people that can afford it to be able to put their consciousness into these robots, you know, to be, go to Mars, right? If I'm able, they say, you know, Earth is trash, right? And they're able to so-called, you know, you hear Elon Musk always talking about he wants to go to Mars or go to another planet. But you can't live on that planet in your human body. So what will be the next step is to be able to transfer your human consciousness to a robot and then be able to go to a planet, you know, go to another planet and then civilize that planet, because you can't do that in our human fleshly body. You're going to have too many issues with, like, you know, radiation and all type of stuff. So I think that's really what the end goal is. I'm glad that she brought that up. So let's go.
Thus, you're about to see the biggest crash in tech ever. It is going to make the 2002 crash look juvenile.
Then there was the COVID crash. We saw the unemployment spike to 14.7%. And again, people lost their homes. Billionaires bought them up and saw their wealth skyrocket 58%, while the rest of us were struggling to purchase groceries. But this AI bubble is different because
I'm going to just let you guys know, my daughter is on the spectrum. So yes. So, but here's the thing is that I believe that people on the spectrum are gifted at seeing a lot further than, you know, some of us could see, you know. She might be on the spectrum, but she's a straight A student, an A and B student, you know, in school and everything. So it's not like she's, you know, no, she's very intelligent, highly intelligent. You have not heard a person when she's talking, it's like, wow, you know, she brings another insight to things. So yeah, when they look at these movies, they see something deeper than what we all see. So I'm very proud of my daughter for being able to, like, look at these movies and tell us what was really going on, you know. Because we probably look at it and be like, oh, look at Wally, he looks so sad. We not looking at the whole picture here. You know what I'm saying? Wait, it's a bunch of fat people running and doing all this other stuff. But then the robot is cleaning up the environment of the earth. I don't know why. Was there a reason why?
People just like made Earth into like a trash. I think everyone everyone moved to a different planet, so Earth is now like a landfill, or a junkyard, essentially.
Oh, so they moved off of Earth into another. So they moved.
They get robots to like send all the trash they make to Earth, or something like that. I think that's what I got from the movie. I don't know.
Interesting, right? So that's a deeper meaning there. They're sending all their trash to Earth. That could be a human. That could also mean humans, right? The trash on Earth is the humans, and the robots are cleaning it up.
Right.
And then if you actually look at people like some of the tech geniuses or whatever that are like really running this stuff, they're kind of overweight. They eat McDonald's and all type of wild stuff. So that could be it too.
This is not contained to one sector as we've seen in the past. Every developed nation is all in on AI. They're all drinking the AI Kool-Aid. Through the Stargate project, OpenAI is building AI data centers in the US, Norway, Abu Dhabi, with other undisclosed locations around the world. All while the global economy hasn't even recovered from COVID. Here in Sweden, we're in a recession. Germany, the largest economy in Europe, is in a recession. Inflation is out of control, housing is unaffordable, and unemployment keeps rising.
They know this is the only way out. Grow the economy. The only way they know how to do it is either space or AI.
Now we're adding AI onto all of this, and AI has infected every industry.
And Aura, you hear what you see? You see what you just said? You talked about the movies, the Pixar movies, they're showing the kids, right? And what are they saying, right? Space or AI, robots, all this stuff. And so we're talking about it in like this like cerebral way. But the movies, like the Pixar movies, are showing it to the kids. So it's almost like it's setting them up to like get ready for it. You know, that's the creepy part of it all. Like they already know
Right,
what
dude.
to do, and they're showing it to the kids to get ready for it, to be prepared.
And
That's-
it's almost in like every Pixar movie. It's like it has like little Easter eggs, like certain toys are made by this fictional company or something like that. And in Nemo, they're it's the same company in each and every movie. and it's like, dude, I think we're gonna be everything's gonna be owned by like one corporation in the future or something like that.
And she got this just off watching Pixar movies, right?
Yep.
So you can just watch a few Pixar movies and be able to come up with that. But a lot of us are not just like, I mean, we might think it, but we ain't thinking about like, dude, that this thing is being embedded into our youth, right? Because how long have you been watching Pixar since a kid, right?
Yeah.
Since like 6?
Yeah. I watched Wall-E when I was like
5 was like Yo Gabba Gabba and all the little cute stuff, but then it began like to move on to like Disney and Pixar, and then you got to like see toys. So the toy what's it called? Toy Story, and then into Cars, and then into like Wall-E, and I remember going to the actual movie theater with you, and it's crazy that you grow up now, you start looking back and like do the actual rundown of these movies and like do the Easter eggs that are in them. It's like, okay, wait, this all was one world, and this whole thing was really about the. So who's actually programming our kids? That's another thing, you know. That's interesting. So let's go.
Healthcare is using it for diagnostics. Insurance companies use it to jack up your premiums. Schools use it to grade your kids. Power grids, supply chains. Even the U.S. government has invested $328 billion, and that's just between 2019 and 2023.
And every corporation is tracking you and your data all day long, all night long.
When the music stops and the AI hype dies, it won't just be these tech bros who have been pumping up the stock market who suffer. We're all going to experience mass layoffs, foreclosures, unfinished data centers, and taxpayers bailing out these AI companies because we're far beyond the too big to
It's
fail
almost like
levels.
they're planning this. This is the ultimate crash, K-shaped economy, K-shaped recovery. This has got to be planned.
I recognize that after the dot-com bubble, we kept the internet. But look at it now. It's bots, AI slop, and corporate surveillance. It's nothing like the vision Tim Berners-Lee had for human connection. And realistically, what's the end goal with AI? We were told that AI would do the boring things so that we could focus on being creative. Yet so far, AI is replacing entry-level jobs, and employees are having to do more work with less colleagues. They keep telling us AI is going to benefit humanity, yet we've yet to see anything that resembles a utopia. And while these executives are fueling this AI hype, tech investors are happily throwing millions of dollars at anything with AI in the name. Take Lovable. They claimed anyone could build software just by chatting with AI. Investors threw $200 million at them. They valued them at $1.8 billion just after 8 months. Let's see how they're doing now. According to Crust data, web traffic to Lovable has dropped roughly 49% in 4 months. The insane part of all of
It's because it's briefable. That they can pump any amount of money they want as long as they say AI. It's like every other major bubble that's ever happened. You just say, we're doing this, and then here's $100 million.
this is that corporations are already saying they're not seeing a return on their AI investments. MIT research found that 95% of companies using generative AI have yet to see a measurable return. We also see AI adoption rates declining for larger firms. Now, we don't actually know when this bubble will burst, but what we do know is who will pay for it. During the 2008 real estate crash, people who didn't even own a home still lost their jobs. US taxpayers paid the banks $498 billion to bail them out, even though they were the ones who caused the real estate crash. Now, people often ask if companies lay off in favor of AI and nobody has a job, no one's making money, who's going to buy the products? The reality is they've already considered these outcomes. They've ran their forecasts and they've played out these scenarios. That's why Mark Zuckerberg has a 1,400-acre compound in Hawaii with underground shelter.
You do have a bunker there. Is there something you know that we don't?
No, I think that's just like a little shelter under. It's like a
little shelter.
Man, bro, what?
Zuckerberg wants to like just have humanity just end, and like he wants nobody to make anything new. He just wants to like have like a whole set of like just like a big Xbox, a big PS5, just and just chill out underground.
I mean, so do you
We're
think
just
that like that? Because I remember they had this thing, Ready Player Go, or what was it called?
Ready Player One?
Yeah. Remember how everybody had those like visors on, and everybody was like living in like this trash.
VR chat, like VR
Yeah,
chat.
Ready Player One. Remember we watched that?
Yeah.
But you see how they were living. They were living in squat, like living like in squat.
Oh my god.
But they had those headsets on, right?
Yeah, I think our the internet is gonna be like our only escape. I think that's what Ready Player One says. The internet is gonna be our only escape from humanity and everything everything society crumbling around us. like dude, I think that's how we're gonna live. We're gonna like have like these visors or something like that.
Right. So let's go.
What are you worried about?
They're going to bail them out.
H&N
And
obtained the
then
county's planning
the world's
documents
going
that
to
show
go
a
crap.
nearly 4,500 square foot underground storm shelter. That's about the size of an NBA basketball court and about 2/3 the square footage of Iolani Palace.
And Sam Altman reportedly has a deal with Peter Thiel to take him to New Zealand in case of an apocalyptic event.
A lot of these guys have bunkers. Zucky has a bunkie. I know that somewhere out in Hawaii. Do you have a bunker?
I have like underground concrete heavy reinforced basements, but I don't have anything I would call it.
Hold on, dude.
What's the difference between a basement and a bunker?
A place you could hide.
That's
when it all
wild.
goes
They
off
all
or
have
whatever.
bunkers.
Yeah, I haven't thinking.
Man, that's like
really do a
showing
good
your
basement.
hand right there, and it's all registered at the county. You go to the county, you go to the city, pull their permits. You'll see their designs. It's nuts. Public information.
I don't have what I would call a bunker, but it has been on my mind.
Douglas Rushkoff has wrote about how these billionaires understand the world that they're building.
Right? So they wanted to know mainly how to prepare for the inevitable collapse of society. It just struck me that here are the wealthiest and most powerful men I've ever encountered, yet they feel utterly powerless to influence the digital future, that the best they can do is prepare for the inevitable collapse and insulate themselves from the reality that they're creating by earning money in the way they're earning it.
Then there's journalist Karen Howe. She reported that Ilya Sutskever, OpenAI's former chief scientist, discussed building an underground shelter for OpenAI's top scientists before they release AGI to the world. Even one of their own, Reid Hoffman, he's the co-founder of LinkedIn, claims that half of his billionaire friends have some type of secret hideaway or they're planning one. This is becoming so common they call it apocalypse insurance. These tech billionaires are actively creating the Hunger Games, and they're using their money today while it still has value to purchase security in bunkers. They want to protect themselves from the very people they're extracting all of their wealth from. They're hoping to release superintelligence into the world and effectively replace humans, and they're paranoid that we're eventually going to turn on them the same way the French did during the French Revolution.
Why would you create something? Why wouldn't you stop doing it then? Why would they create something? They know it's gonna fuck up everything, but then they keep creating, like keep it going, and then buying more data centers. Like for what? You already got all this money, bro. You already are a billionaire. Like, so you don't even need no more money, bro.
Because they want to play God or something like that. They want the utmost power, and they want us to become weaker. This is, man, it sounds like what's that manga called? Fire Punch or something. I like read something called Fire Punch, and like, dude, everyone's like in the cold, everyone's like freezing to death, and like the richest people like got like crazy implants, and they be like 300 years old, yo.
Well, there's actually a company called Telomere, and I'm gonna bring that up too. I didn't think about this. It's a thing called Telomere, who is a company, but they figured out how to take the caps off the telomeres to stop you from aging. Because the reason why we age, there's a cap on the telomere. The reason why we die when a certain age, there's a cap on telomeres. So it's interesting you say that, because they actually have an actual company called Telomere that figured out how to do that. And the actual CEO of it recently passed on. I don't know what happened, but yeah. Why? Okay, my question: why are investors investing into AI if AI will have the potential to destroy everything? That is the question that we're trying to ask.
Because people are stupid. They're stupid. People are dumb. Okay, there's no other answer. People are just stupid. They're like, if I invest in this, I'll get $1 billion in the future. And they don't really have any like decision making skills, like any empathy. They don't have empathy. They don't have like any consciousness. They don't think like, oh, what if the AI does this? What's the possibility that the AI isn't actually gonna do that much stuff as we think it is? Maybe AI isn't as the no. They're not thinking that. They're thinking, oh, AI. I saw the Terminator. I saw Fallout. I saw every single every single science fiction movie ever, and all of the movies ended up in an apocalyptic land. Everyone is dead, and it's all robots. So I need to have to get myself like a invest $10 trillion in a visor suit or whatever,
or a bunker, right?
Yeah, a bunker.
I'll survive in a bunker. Okay,
yeah, I'm gonna survive. I'm gonna like do surgery on my brain, and I'm gonna upload my mind to the cloud or something like that. Cause people are just stupid. People are dumb. They don't really think about like too much, because they just have a bunch of money. And yeah.
So is there something that happens when people get a whole bunch of money, their capacity to think past go just leaves, and they only begin to think about, oh, okay, well, all right, so this is inevitable, and rather than me, I'm gonna get behind it. But I'm just gonna prepare for it. But I don't care about these little people that don't have no money.
They're not me.
I think something happens to a person that when they get that $1 billion like label, billionaire,
right? When it passes $1 billion, they it's just a big number to them. It's not. Oh, it's not my next meal.
They no longer care about human being and human life whatsoever. They become like they believe they're God at that.
Some of them, some people with like a lot of money like do actually care, but I think money just causes like I don't know, it causes mental illness in people. Like money equals loneliness, right? So that loneliness might like have someone have like a very bad outlook on like everything. So
humans, whether they
humanity is going to end because I'm investing so much. Then don't invest so much money into AI. What are you doing, dude? Humanity, give money to the poor or something. Like invest in everyone being happy. What are you doing with a $1 billion, a $250 billion in money? You're investing in quad core CPUs in NVIDIA chips when AI doesn't really take all that. You can boot up your laptop in an open AI, and you can like get a Chromebook out and like run AI. So why are you investing so much money in like all of these like expensive looking GPU chips and like ruining our like economy and water source? You're getting like a bunch of water to cool all these CPUs down or something like that with your little money thing, your little bag of money. Dude, I think we need to go back to like the 1920s and like have rich people pay all the taxes and like poor people like pay like 25% of it. Like, dude, it's so weird.
Right.
Today. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Thank you. Your news topic. this is my daughter. She's 18 years old, and she's talking about her understanding of AI. Because it's one thing to hear it from me at 48, but it's another thing to hear from our youth and how they feel about it, you know? And so I'm going to invite her here more often to like talk about these subjects, because all these channels on YouTube, we talk about FBA, we talk about Pan-Africanism, we talk about all this divisive stuff, but what about what's going on with technology and how it's going to affect us as a whole? FBA is not going to stand a chance with AI kicks in hard. AGI, we're just talking about unleashing on the public in 2026. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
All this before. They just turn on them. I hope this doesn't happen. This is really scary, everybody. I want to know your comments down below. Put this together because I think there's something to it. I'm just seeing too many flags right now that are saying this could happen. The government will bail them out. They'll print a bunch of money, and we'll pay for it out of our taxes with diluted money and higher taxes for the next, I don't know, generation or two. It's all in the works. It's crazy. Every war has been like this.
And while the French had a monarchy that they overthrew, what we have today isn't that much different. Instead, we have tech overlords. It's techno-feudalism. They try to convince us that we're better off than previous generations because we have the internet and ChatGPT.
If I were 22 right now and graduating college, I would feel like the luckiest kid in all of history.
Why?
Because there's never been a more amazing time to go create something totally new, to go invent something, to start a company, whatever it is. That is like a crazy thing. You have access to tools that can let you do what used to take teams of hundreds.
I do feel like that's true. I'm way smarter with Grok. Put me on par with anybody in about 30 seconds delay. I'll look it up. I'll have it summarized to a 10th grade level, coming right back at you.
And you just have to learn how to use these tools and come up with a great idea. And it's like quite amazing.
Yet wages are stagnant, people can't buy a home, and the birth rates are declining because no one can afford children anymore. But who needs a livable wage when you can just talk to your best friend ChatGPT? I mean, we should be internally grateful. While we're distracted on the technology they built to entertain us, these same tech overlords are interfering in governments. They're creating surveillance technology that more and more governments are deploying against their citizens, and they're arguably becoming more powerful than the government itself. This isn't a market failure. This is tech.
It's right here. I don't have a bunker. I have a concrete reinforced basement. We all know what that means. You know, they do say, though, fighting in a basement is like fighting in a basement. Basement is nothing but a tomb. You don't want to fight in a basement. Who said that? I saw the other day when I looked at FDVV, this Fidelity dividend account, and I saw how much tech oriented it was for it to be a safe dividend fund. And then I saw the Schwab fund was very little growth when it had great growth over the last few years. All of a sudden, just stick to its guns. And I'm like, man, it's almost like somebody is preparing for a crash. The S&P 500, FDVV, Fidelity's dividend fund, they were all banked into this AI drive. And there was nowhere in the market to really hedge yourself from if you saw a sell-off or a pop or a burst or something to do with tech. And I was like, man, I feel like it's over its heels. And then I saw the president come out, and they're basically going to prop up AI. They're going to spend a lot of money with AI. Then I saw the Chinese come out and say, we're going to push AI heavy. We're going to try to take over the AI world. They're trying to do open AI. They're trying to do all these things because right now, the only thing driving real growth is war and AI and tech. We're seeing the tech companies lay off massive amounts of people. And then we have the AI infrastructure. It's very new. It's very over its heels. And if something were to correct, it'd be that. Every bank is leveraging it. Every medical group is starting to leverage it. Everybody's just scared to death of it. And if it ever hiccuped, so it seems, it could be a really terrible day. I want to know your thoughts, comments down below. This is something I've been thinking about hard. I want us all to think about this hard. We know it's going to steal jobs, and we also know it's dangerous. Are we going to see a massive crash from it? I want to hear your thoughts.
What are your thoughts? Do you think it's going to be a massive crash, or do you think it's like that? That's like a fear-mongering tactic.
I think if people keep shoveling more and more money into AI, I think eventually there may be a crash. I don't know. Cause dude, from what I'm like seeing, just thinking of that is kind of depressing. But like, dude, I think that's what's gonna happen.
I'm sorry. I hope I'm not depressing you. I hope I'm not like making you like feel.
Nah. I've been seeing this on my feed on YouTube.
It's on mine too. It's on mine too. It's like,
an entire AI section of people just like going like, "Oh, AI, the stock crash is going down. It's the NVIDIA graphics are the AI."
All right, so this is what the Google AI boss revealed what's going to happen in 2026. We're going to now let's go into. So the reason why I did this is that we're going to go into the predictions of 2026. So let's go.
Demis Hassabis recently had an interview with Axios where he was basically saying what he thinks that the future of AI in 2026 is going to be. In this video, we're going to dive into everything and we're going to break it down. So one of the first things that he says here that will happen in 2026 is full omni models. Before I dive into it, take a listen to what he says because it's super interesting. And I think Google has this in the bag.
What does the next 12 months of progress look like? What do you believe that if we sit here a year from today, and I would love to, what will have changed in the world?
I think the things that we're pressing hard on are the convergence of modalities. So Gemini, which is our main foundation model, has always been multimodal from the beginning. It takes images, video, text, audio, and then can increasingly produce those types of outputs as well. And I think we're getting some really interesting cross-pollination by being multimodal. The best example of that is our latest image model, Nano Banana Pro, which I think shows some astonishing sort of understanding of visuals, and it can kind of create infographics that are really accurate and so on. So I think over the next year, you're going to see that progress a lot. And I think, for example, in video, when that converges with the language models, you're going to see some very interesting combinations of capabilities there.
So, of course, there are essentially 6 parts of the full omni-model stack. You have robotics, images, video, audio, 3D, and text. And the thing is that Google Gemini is rapidly advancing in all of these areas. And I think most people don't realize just how advanced Google is and why it's set to dominate the future. I mean, when you look at this compared to any frontier AI company, I would argue it is very difficult to compete with Google on several fronts that they are pretty much the leaders in. I think the first one that we're going to get into is robotics. Google are a little bit behind here, but Gemini Robotics 1.5 is probably going to get an update in 2026. And it's probably going to be pretty good because I've actually seen a lot of the robotics updates, and so far they are pretty promising.
We're introducing Gemini Robotics 1.5, a new family of models to power the next generation of physical agents. Now, for the first time, they can solve longer, multi-step challenges.
Aloha, could you sort these fruits into color matching plates?
Sure, I can certainly help you do that. Put the green fruit into the green plate.
We enable it to think. It can perceive the environment. It will think step by step and then finish this multi-step task.
Put the banana into the yellow plate.
Although this example seems very simple, the idea behind it is really powerful. The same model is going to power more sophisticated robots like a humanoid to do more complicated daily tasks.
Hi, Apollo. Can you help me sort my laundry, please?
Sure, I can help with that.
Put whites in white bins and the darks in the dark bin. Beautiful, okay. And then I can now switch this up on it. Sorry, Apollo. And it knows that I have done that and it will react. So you can see the whole flow of its thoughts here. And it's thinking every time it acts.
Gemini Robotics 1.5 can break a broad task down, think, and then take action over a number of steps. Another step change with Gemini Robotics 1.5 is that now all of our robots use the same model without needing to fine-tune it for different form factors. New agentic capabilities mean Gemini Robotics 1.5 can use the internet to answer questions and solve problems.
Hi, Aloha. Can you use my location and sort the objects into the correct compost, recycling, and trash bins?
To perform the sorting task based on San Francisco waste guidelines, I will use the green bin for compost, the blue bin for recycling, and the black bin for trash. The task is complete.
Good job. Thanks.
Gemini Robotics 1.5 is a step towards bringing truly useful AI agents into the physical world, giving the community a powerful new tool to build the next generation of helpful robots.
Then, of course,
what do you think about that, or?
I mean, there's gonna be walking robots. Okay, like yeah, they're gonna make robots that just walk around, and
People are gonna be
I don't know what I think.
people are gonna be eating it. People in, I would say, the upper middle class are gonna be eating it up. They're gonna be like, oh, okay, I buy a robot, and then that robot is going to allow them to be lazy and do menial tasks, the tasks that you normally would hire someone to do, right? And meanwhile, this robot is also collecting information from your household.
Right.
That's the part that people are missing.
They're doing that now, but with just like concepts of robots. It's not even like a real thing now. They're just taking we have like a big robot body thing that can tell apart different colors, but I think it's actually just a human in a suit, like just like moving around right now. I don't think it's like an actual like AI that like knows all this.
So, do you think that they're doing this to make it seem like they're advanced or something like that?
Yeah, they're making it look advanced, so people, like specifically investors, will invest money in it, so it can be a reality.
Wow. So, like that video we just saw is probably not even like what the robot's doing. There's probably a human doing that, and then they use that video to get investors to give them $1 billion.
Yeah.
Well, that's my daughter. This chick does not sound. This is my daughter. Okay, my 18-year-old daughter. And what I'm trying to show y'all is that, you know, the youth a lot of times know a lot, way more than we do. And she's able to point out, you know what, that seems like it's fake. You know, the difference in falsehood, you know, because I'm looking at that and I'm like thinking the robot is really doing it. But she was able to look at that and say, yeah, sounds far-fetched, you know? Sounds like it might be a tool that they're using, and then they put it in the media like they have robots doing this, but really it's a person attached to the robot that's doing this to get money from investors and be able to say, I'll give you $1 billion because you are developing this.
Right.
That's a great idea.
I think the color banana thing might be an AI thing, but I don't think it's like the full body the robots that walk around. I think that's a human in like a suit just walking around and collecting data.
Interesting. Yeah. So let's go.
We actually do have images, and the image you saw prior, I use Nano Banana Pro. And I think, you know, when we're talking about the combination and multimodality, what I mean here is that, like, most people don't realize that, you know, images with Nano Banana Pro, it actually reasons like an agent. So when it's creating your image, it actually makes, I think it makes the image, and then it adjusts it, looks at it, you know, it changes things. And it's like, okay, this is actually the image that works, and this is why it's so accurate. And this is why I'm saying, you know, you're going to get full convergence in many different areas. So it's probably that they might even add this, you know, technique to videos, to other things. Of course, speaking of videos, we've got VO3. So in fact, let me just turn the volume down because I don't want this to be too loud. But this is, of course, a VO3 video. I'm pretty sure you've already seen videos with VO3. If you haven't, I'm going to show you guys now. So this is, of course, an image to video. VO3 is still pretty much the leader when it comes to video demonstrations, and I think it's really, really good. And most people just really don't realize just how good VO3 is.
Do you know how hard it is?
2026, of course, VO3 is probably going to be a lot better. Last time it took the number.
Do you know how hard it is to create whatever that is they have in VO3? Come on now. And that is
you need like 1 trillion prompts, and it's all like 30-second clips. No, not even 30-second clips, like 10-second clips. Yeah, 10-second clips.
So
there's no continuity.
They try to like promote you on this whole thing, making it seem like you can create a whole movie out of this, but no. It's gonna be 5-second to 10-second clips, and you're gonna like just thread that whole thing together, and the character might look a little different in each scene, might have extra fingers, all type of stuff. So let's really be real.
Spot. And I have no doubt that Google is once again going to do it to the point where they take the number spot again and again. So it's going to be super interesting to see where that actually goes. Now, of course, we do have Gemini Live. This is Google's most underrated feature. This is the, combination of, multimodality, live speech, the ability to reason on the fly and actually help a human. And this demonstration, it is a little long. So if you do want to skip it, that's completely fine. But this demonstration a few days ago went viral because it was a guy who didn't know how to, change an oil and do the oil change in his car, and uses, Gemini Live to be able to actually do this. And it was the first time that on a mass scale, we could see how individuals were in terms of being able to use AI, reason with it, and basically have the AI guide you through things that you otherwise wouldn't be able to do. So
I
this
agree,
is a
Arslan.
quick demonstration. I think it's around 3 minutes long. I personally believe this guy probably already knew how to, oil change his car. But think about what this is like in 2026 when, the latency is better, the reasoning is better, and it has even more knowledge and is able to reason about.
So do you think so? This is seeming speculative, right? They're using what people are doing to say, okay, this might be more advanced in 2026. Do you think that AI is going to have a huge leap in 2026 that didn't exist in 2025, or do you think it's going to be more toward like about 2027?
I think it's gonna like be like 2030. That's gonna be like the huge leap in AI. I don't know about 2026. I think everything's gonna like be kind of the same, but like slightly better in quality.
And all of a sudden in 2030, it's going to be like, fool, here's AGI.
No.
Not even AGI. Oh, okay, hold on.
I think AI is just gonna stay the same. I don't think artificial general intelligence will actually be like a thing. I think that's like just a crazy concept. I think there might be like a thing that might copy the idea of AGI or something like that, but it won't really be AGI. Like they actually say. I don't know.
They're going to push it though. They're going to try.
Yeah.
More difficult.
I think they're just going to scam everybody
Once again,
with
this
the
is,
AGI thing.
So you think it's they're going to like just to get the money from the investors, pretend like it's AGI, but really, because I saw a thing on Facebook. So well, now we have
just get a guy in like a suit, probably like in 2030. It says AGI. And it's just gonna be like a guy just walking around like, this is AGI. And they're
there'll be a
have like
person that actually can jump into a suit and AI will run its life.
Right. It's gonna be like it's gonna actually kind of be like a real robot suit, but it's gonna like, it's not gonna be AGI like they say. It's just gonna be like just a dude or something like that. Like that seems, AGI seems like the most like easy thing to just get people to like manipulate people with, like that sounds like a possible idea, but like it's not really. I don't think with our current stuff right now we have right now, AGI is like really possible right now. Like even in probably 2030, I don't think it's like really that possible.
Yeah, that it probably would overrun the computers. Even with quantum computing, like being able to like go into multiverses and whatever they're saying, I don't know,
Like dude.
With OpenAI, and I think they're doing a beautiful job.
Hi, I'm Gemini.
Hey Gemini, this is my 2009 BMW 335i. Can you help me do an oil change?
Yeah, absolutely. What kind of oil and filter do you have on hand? And
AI basically copies us, so like
for the drain plug and an oil filter
dude,
wrench?
can we do quantum computing? Can we like do quantum computing? Can we do we know how to solve like crazy space scientific problems in 10 seconds? No. So can an AI do it? I don't think so. I don't know. But like AI has the capability of doing stuff fast, so it might be a possible thing, but I don't think it's gonna be like something as crazy as like AGI. It's a crazy concept, but like there's nothing to really support it other than, oh, we have Chat GPT, and even with Chat GPT doesn't even know if it's right or wrong with what it answers. So like we are like a long ways from getting to even close to something like AGI.
You're right. ChatGPT does not know whether it's right or wrong. It'll tell you. It'll tell you something, then apologize and say it's wrong. Oh, my bad. It'll literally say, "Oops, I'm sorry. I did give you the wrong answer."
Right.
That's one of those questions like, how better can we make the TV look real? They have virtual headsets like movie Lawnmower Man, right?
If we can figure out how to like have an AI that's able to tell right from wrong, then I think we'll be on the path to probably having AGI. But we need to worry about people getting laid off, like smart people getting laid off, and like people losing their jobs to nonsense first, then like worrying about, oh, potentially there might be an AGI. Nope, there's not gonna be an AGI. You know why? Because there's nobody in a team to work on that AGI, because they're everyone's losing their jobs to a concept that's not even real yet.
That's a good point. The people that probably could have created lost their jobs a long time ago.
Right.
Right. If they're only hiring junior developers, how could a junior developer create AGI when the ones that created AI itself are gone? The ones that possibly could have created AGI have been taken off the team for a smaller junior. Yeah, that's a good point. Wow. I'm telling you, listen, y'all need to listen to y'all kids.
Yeah, I got the Castrol 5W40 recommended
See y'all
and the
kids,
correct
bro.
oil filter, and I have the correct tool
Shouts
for the
out
oil
to
filter
Aura.
housing.
Great, you've got everything we need. To get started, let's get the car lifted and access the oil drain plug.
Okay, and where's the oil filter?
The oil filter is located on the front of the engine, right below the intake manifold. It's always a good idea to remove the oil cap before you drain the oil.
Okay, great. I'll do that. Okay, up we go. Okay, I got the car up in the air. Where's the oil drain plug?
You know what? They have the same thing on YouTube. So all she did was find a YouTube video to tell her exactly what to say. This is not something that's special. So let me fast forward that, because I know they're trying to say that is showing like some kind of new thing that AI is going to be doing. Let me go back into this. Because all she's doing, Gemini Live, is going to a YouTube video and repeating the steps that she saw in the YouTube video. Because YouTube, even this live right here is they are taking all of the words that we're saying and like putting them into like, what's it called? Transcribing them and putting them into a transcribed script. And so all she had to do was go online, find the script about that particular car, and then tell you the step by step, because it already exists on the internet. So I don't believe that's
I bet if you go into AI overview, I bet an AI would actually summarize this entire stream. Like people that are watching at home, go on YouTube. Go on Google and like type in whatever this video's called into AI.
You know what? I'm gonna do it.
It's gonna transcribe this entire thing. It's gonna like, oh, first this happened. This happened. It's literally just gonna be like word for word, probably what I'm saying right now. I don't know. Well, the first hour, this.
Hold on, it might not do it. Let's see. I'm gonna put this in here, and I'm gonna say, okay, hold on. I'm gonna share the screen. You know what? That's a good point. Let's see if it does. Let's see if it actually happens. It might not exist right now, but let's see. All right. Okay. What will be the prompt? Give a
Good summary of what's in this
good
link.
summary of what is being discussed in this live stream. Yep.
Oh
there
my
we
god.
go.
See, that's scary. Come on. That's actually spooky. Like it's actually feeding a transcript to the AI. There's a transcript. that's what that's telling us. There's like a transcript thingy somewhere in YouTube that's like actually just like breaking this YouTube video down. That's crazy. Oh my god. What the heck? Dude. Like, dude, what the heck?
Let me zoom in so for the people in the back. All right. So AI boom versus AI bubble debate. There's an ongoing debate about whether rapid growth in AI tech is sustainable boom or unsustainable bubble that could be burst. Investor sentiment and market outlook. Many AI investment outlets broader AI ecosystem in 2020. What they'll do, but here's the thing. This is what you do right here. Without direct transcript access to the specific line stream, I cannot summarize the exact arguments or real-time comments being made on that broadcast. So once I finish the broadcast, I'll be able to do the same thing and it will be able to break it down.
Right.
So, right now, because we're live, they can't access the whole transcript, but it's going off of what could possibly be, and based on the that's interesting, right? That's crazy, right?
Right. Oh my god.
What do you think about it?
You just put a link into AI and it'll just transcribe your entire video. Even if it's like a live stream too, like dude.
You know what? What I'll do is, okay, I'm playing this video right here because this video has already been played, right? So let's see if it does the same thing. Just so you guys know how AI works, right? So, all right, I'll say, okay. So this is the video I'm playing right here. Hold on. This is the video I'm playing right here, right? And just like she said, what I'm going to do, just to show you how AI works, I'm going to ask it to create a summary of what is in this video. All right, can y'all see that? Hold on, let me just, sorry guys. All right, so I just put the link of the video that I was just playing on there, and I asked ChatGPT to create a summary. Let's see what it says. The video covers insights and predictions about how artificial intelligence, especially from Google DeepMind, may evolve and be used by 2026. Key themes discussed. AI progress roadmap towards 2026. Video discusses how AI systems are expected to become significantly more capable. Real world AI agents, it breaks it down. See this? So that's just so whenever you do a video on YouTube or like these things, I can like just put the link in there and AI will go into that link, and based on the transcript, because what YouTube does is that it'll because YouTube is owned by Google, and Google its whole thing is to own all human information. So what happens is that like whenever you do a YouTube video, it automatically creates a transcript of the video that you're doing. So it's even the chat comments. That's why I have to say like don't curse, don't say certain things in the comments, because that will directly affect whether or not I get monetized or not. And so what happens is it's able to break it down. Why? Because it's reading the actual transcript.
Yeah, in like 10 seconds too.
10 seconds, yeah.
Yeah. 5 seconds.
Right. crazy, right?
Loading link. Beep beep beep. We're typing in emojis in under 20 picoseconds.
Right, that's crazy when you think about it, though, right? Wow.
Right.
World models are going to be the theme of 2026. Maybe I'll make a video on what's going AI in 2026. World models, we're going to take a look at what the Mr. Sub says.
I think the other things we're going to see over the next year, and I'm personally working on, is world models. So we
Merry
have this
Christmas,
system
unbiased.
called Genie 3, which is like an interactive video model you can think about. So you can sort of generate a video, but then you can start walking around it like you're in a game or simulation, and it stays coherent for a minute. I think that's very exciting.
Now, if you want to know what Google's world model is, you can just check out this video.
What you're seeing are not games or videos. They're worlds. Each one of these is an interactive environment generated by Genie 3, a new frontier for world models. With Genie 3, you can use natural language to generate a variety of worlds and explore them interactively, all with a single text prompt.
So this is the type of stuff that's going to be coming up in 2026, but I'm not even going to go through the whole thing because ChatGPT just for me putting in the actual YouTube video, you don't even have to watch the video. You can go on YouTube, click the actual link to the video, paste it in ChatGPT, and it will summarize the video for you right here. Boom. That's what Aura just found out. Shouts out to my daughter Aura for even breaking. She gave me a challenge, and I went for the challenge, and guess what? She was able to find out. Guess what? It does that. Yeah, it'll break it down. Now, even right now, it is able to break down somewhat of what my live is about, but it doesn't have the whole thing. So it'll say, well, without the full transcript, I can't say nothing, but this is what it is about so far, you know? And that's how you know that this is is that not surveillance, or what is that? What would that be called?
I don't know. I think that would be called the AI looking at the transcript and I think the AI probably saw like a bunch of patterns of like similar things being like talked about or something like that. Even through the title, or probably
right.
They like saw like a pattern.
Right, but then once it gets done and the transcript is made, then it can make like a overview like what you see here. Yeah. That based on this. Okay, this is the transcript. This is the overview of the transcript, and that's what YouTube does. And every time you do a live stream, it creates a transcript. And I could probably even do this unbiased in the audience. I could even do the same thing with unbiased Ron. I could probably take one of his live streams and do the same thing. Is say, hey, create like a transcript based, create a summary based on what he's talking about in this video. Let's see if I can.
And that's how plagiarism happens.
See,
that's literally how plagiarism just spawns. Someone can like take a YouTube video, go to like a AI website that can like generate like a transcript of that, of like everything that was said in the video, and like just like plagiarize an entire script of a video, like just like that.
You know what? And that's on your website. If you have a website, anything on the World Wide Web, all AI does is comb through the web and just spit back information based on what's on the web. That's interesting.
Right. So essentially, anything AI can like make that you like copy and paste might probably be plagiarism in some way, shape, or form. Because it's literally like just a mishmash of different websites and different articles and different things like writing. It's like AI art. It's like you know how when you like draw it's like a art collage of different things, but it's not made by a human, it's made by an AI. So it's like that, but like in writing.
Yeah, it's taking a little bit of pictures from this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, pictures from humans, this, that, the other, and then creating something out of that.
Exactly. So it's doing the same thing with writing. It's doing the same thing with videos. It's doing the same thing with I don't know, facial recognition,
speech,
speech, music, anything with like a pattern to it.
Yeah.
Anything that can like I kind of recognize beep beep boop 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 generating wow like
Right. And speech has a pattern. You know, if you're from New York, you talk a certain way. If you're from, that's crazy when you think about it.
right.
Yeah. So I'm gonna skip that other video because I mean they're going into like some stupid stuff. Let's hear what this video had to say about it, and then we're gonna like wrap up. And if anyone wants to come up, I've been like putting the link in the chat the whole time. But let's go.
More than 100,000 tech workers worldwide have been laid off across companies like Amazon, Intel, Microsoft, Meta, IBM, and Salesforce. Amazon alone cut 14,000 corporate roles. Klarna reduced its staff by nearly 40% as it leaned into, guess what, AI. Duolingo is phasing out human contractors in favor of automation. And this isn't limited to tech. In the UK, 1 in 6 employers now expect AI to reduce their workforce in the next year, with junior roles hit first. AI, political turbulence, economic pressure, together they've created what some people are already calling Japocalypse. And here's the paradox. Companies publicly say, if we don't adopt AI, we won't exist in 15 years. And at the same time, they're hiring fewer juniors than ever. It really feels to me like this first step of the career ladder is cracking. And if that first step is gone, what does that mean for the future work and for the careers of recent graduates? On my podcast, Silicon Valley Girl, I talk to CEOs, investors, and founders who are actually hiring people and who are building the AI tools everyone is so anxious about. And you know, I'm a mom. I have a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old. I used to worry about my career. Now I'm worried about my daughter's future because it's so unpredictable. And that's one of the reasons why I do the podcast, because I want to hear from those people. I want to ask my questions as a mom and as an immigrant. And in this video, I want to bring their insights together and show you which jobs are actually at risk, which careers will grow because of AI, and what you can do right now to make your career as AI-proof as possible. Let's start with what's really happening to jobs today. When I talk to founders and CEOs, they all say the same thing. In 5 years, we will most likely have AGI, and there will be massive unemployment. For decades, the life formula was simple. Go to school, get a degree, get a job. Now the formula is breaking. Education prices keep going up, but graduate job openings in some countries are down by 40%. So if the job market feels like a closed door, it's not because you're doing something wrong. The system is preparing people for a world that does not exist anymore. And here's how Daniel Priestley, a British entrepreneur and founder, describes this gap.
It's both. It's the easiest and the worst time. So there's more money than ever before. There's more opportunities than ever before. You can reach global markets faster than ever before. So in theory, it should be the easiest time. The reason it's not the easiest time is because our schooling system is rooted in the industrial age, and it's built around getting people ready for factories and offices that no longer exist, really. So the reason that so many people are struggling is because they went through this arduous training day after day after day for 12, 15 years, preparing them for an industrialized economy. And when they get out there, all of these skills make them very functional. But now we have automation and
Just
outsourcing.
like AI, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, great, we trained you as a large
Yeah.
language model that's not as good as the current version.
Yeah.
Teaching people to do functional work that can be automated or outsourced way faster, way cheaper, way easier. Especially in the West, you are not only in competition with the technology, you're also in competition with someone who's armed with the same technology in a country where you can live pretty large on half the price.
Yeah. So the question
What are your thoughts?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right.
The question isn't, do I have a degree anymore? The real questions are, can I solve ambitious problems end to end employing those AI tools? Can AI actually 10x my output? Can I do something beyond what a model and a cheaper freelancer could do together? And that leads us to the next part. Which jobs are actually in danger? And why? When people ask which jobs will AI replace, they expect to hear coders, designers, maybe copywriters, but the reality is more nuanced and in some ways more scary. So I asked Perplexity to analyze my portfolio.
Okay.
And I asked it whether I should fire my financial advisor. And it was like, yes, you should do this immediately. Like that's the first time I saw something that definitive from AI. Like what's going to happen to these professions, financial advisors, real estate brokers?
Yeah.
Because Perplexity does it now, and it created the whole strategy for me
Yeah.
to rebalance and everything.
Getting the listings on like Redfin or Zillow with like a Comet like browser, or say you just have a recurring task that's running, it doesn't work yet, but it's going to work pretty soon, which is you could just have a task that says, every day morning, just look at all the new listings on Redfin. Have something like every time there's a house below a certain budget, and that's within this neighborhood, make sure to like send me a push notification, and submit an application on my behalf and schedule a meeting for a visit. You have access to my calendar, everything. You can. So if your agent only shows you listings on Redfin and Zillow, I think they're useless. But if your agent is doing off-market deals for you, they're still pretty useful because those things do not exist on the web.
Okay.
I feel like having the power of like intelligence and computer at your hands, it always comes back to that, means you can push the existing industry to like work harder for you. Same thing with private wealth management or financial advisors. Like if the job of the financial advisor to tell you like what stocks to buy, then I don't think they're not going to be smarter than Perplexity, which you can go and summon and ask it to go read all the analyst reports on every stock and like all the morning day news and like come back to you and tell you like the impact on your portfolio. What would Warren Buffett do if he had exactly your portfolio? Like it can answer questions like that no financial advisor can. But if your financial advisor does more stuff for you, like getting you some access to certain funds like private equity or hedge funds, or access to like funds of Citadel or like some startups, venture capital, which you cannot get through just the public markets, then maybe they're useful, right?
Clear pattern shows up. AI is not killing entire professions. It's killing the shallow version of those professions. A lawyer who just rewrites templates, that's easy to automate. A financial advisor who just picks a few mutual funds from a list, also easy to replace. You can already do that with Perplexity. A real estate agent who only sends you Zillow links, you don't need a human for that. But a lawyer who negotiates, strategizes, and builds deep trust with clients, very valuable. An advisor who gets you into deals you can't Google, oh my God, yes, please. An agent who finds off-market properties and navigates messy human situations, oh my God. Yes, I've been through that. I relied on my person.
So what she's saying is that AI does not necessarily replace the human altogether. It just replaces menial tasks like the surface level of it. When you go deeper, just like I said with Replit, right? It will replace the building out MVP. But can you put that final MVP that Replit creates on the market? No, you're going to have to hire in real developers to do that.
Right.
That's just what I know from from a developer standpoint. Now, what about like art? Like when it comes down to like art and things like this. Welcome, Men in the High Castle. This is my daughter that's here. We're discussing AI.
Hello.
Have you
Hello.
been so far? How much have you heard of what we've been talking about?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I was using a headset. I'm hearing a whole lot. I'm hearing about the automatic speech recognition. Hearing about different type of speech to text messages that are being generated through YouTube, Google. At instantaneous speed.
Right, but did you hear about what we talked about earlier about what my daughter said about how things are really going with how this whole AI is going?
Nope. I just logged in maybe 5 minutes ago.
Wrote a lot of things down. So just in case you go over it a little bit more, just like a little summary.
So basically, like AI can just lead to plagiarism. It leads to just more plagiarism. You can like literally input like a link into like an AI website, and it'll show that entire transcript of that video, like converted through like an AI, and it'll basically allow you to like get that transcript from that video, and you can literally like just plagiarize an entire video by putting that transcript into a text to speech. That's what you see in like most content farms now. You see like a lot of text to speech, plot summaries of movies and stuff like that, and it's literally someone taking like probably like a movie or like a bunch of subtitles and putting it into the AI or something like that. And and that same thing can happen with art. It can happen with music. It can happen with your voice. So it is a very scary thing. People's identities can be stolen from this. People can be falsely accused of stuff from this. It's like a very scary thing, and I'm not looking forward to this. I'm not looking forward.
That is that's the price of technology.
Well, you know, Aura is 18, and she's an artist, right? So could you imagine how afraid that she might be that she puts her drawings on the internet, that you know AI might scoop up her pictures one day and say give it to someone else when you know, oh, I want to make a character that does this, and then they might just take like some pictures of what she got already online, and then just like give it to her and give it to another person and say, okay, well, this is the character, and now like you think that you did something, but really you just plagiarize what Aura have already done.
It's a shame. I guess you would have to probably dumb down the resolution and use a few watermarks when you.
There's a thing called Nightshade that you can like poison the AI with, essentially, and I find it like kind of like depressing that you have to actually like, you know, put your art through like a thingy and go through a whole process to just upload your art online. Like that's depressing, man. Like
That's AI being racist again. Nightshade, aka eggplant.
Yeah, I don't know. No, she might not be.
No, that's what Nightshade is. You know, it's an eggplant.
Oh, okay.
And they would call us that too. And
Oh, so when he says eggplant, he means a penis, or
no, I mean like even like how the Italians would say you're an eggplant as well. You know, you're bouillon. You know, you're nightshade. I'm just saying. You know, so I wouldn't put it past the programming.
right. So Facebook pictures, all that stuff. So all the stuff that we have on the internet, when AI does its thing, it combs the entire internet, finds something, and then it spits it back out at you. So let's go back into the future of work. So because that's what we're talking about, the future of work. And how AI is going to affect the work in 2026. Let's go.
Talk to someone who runs a nonprofit helping students from low-income families apply to colleges, and she actually sees how AI is helping them. Because prior to AI, one tutor could only help a few students. Now one tutor is helping hundreds of students. And because AI can answer a lot of generic questions. And she highlighted that they still need humans there to motivate people. And this is why students from those low-income families come to her nonprofit, because they need that support. They need a human to tell them, you can do it. You're worth it. You can apply to that college. And it was super important to me when I was applying to colleges, when somebody from Education USA told me, Marina, you can do it. And yes, I could Google a lot of things myself, but I can't Google motivation. What I'm saying here is that AI isn't replacing law or finance or real estate as fields. It is replacing job descriptions that are too basic. And that's exactly why so many people decide to build their own thing instead of fighting for one of those shrinking roles. Before we go deeper, I want to pause here for a moment. Whenever I talk to founders or creators, one thing keeps coming up. As AI reshapes the job market, more people are choosing to build their own thing, a startup, service, a personal brand. And even in an AI world where search is completely different now, you still need a place where your work lives. A website or a page that shows what you do, and one that both your customers and their AIs can actually find. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm saying that. But yes, AI is now making a lot of purchasing decisions. And the challenge is, if you ever try to register good.com, you know the struggle. Most great names are already taken or cost a fortune. That's why I was really excited when I found a .online domains. It's the world's second largest new domain extension, trusted by over 3.5 million businesses. And online is such a strong keyword. It's searched more than 500 million times every month, which actually helps you grow site rank higher. What I love about .online is how universal it is. It works for freelancers, creators, AI startups, anyone who needs a clean professional digital home. Even platforms like SkillUp use it. And one of my favorite examples, the classic Minesweeper, the game a lot of you guys spend hours playing, now lives at minesweeper.online. And because .com is so crowded, .online gives you room to get the name you actually want without weird numbers or dashes. So if you're building an AI product, launching a side project, or finally creating your own portfolio, now is the perfect moment to grab your domain. And for a limited time, you can get a .online domain.
Frustrating.
So let's look at the job loss problem at a different angle. Let's say you already have a pretty good job and you like it and it's interesting. You're inside the company, you see all these changes and you're thinking, okay, how do I not get replaced by the next wave of tools? I asked my guests what they're doing with their own teams right now.
There's still higher value work to do.
So they're still in the company.
They're still in the company and there's still work to be done. Like everything's elevating. But what we discovered is that there's this ability to pull the scalable element out and address a market that was never even being addressed.
So it's not like you're replacing people, it's more of you're elevating them.
There's definitely an element of replacing people. And that is because there are always these jobs that are repetitive, functional, annoying, frustrating jobs that we can actually replace. There are some people who say, I don't want to elevate up. And unfortunately, there's not much I can do if you don't want to elevate. If you don't want to play at the higher game, I'm moving fast. So you've got to either elevate towards that or find something else.
Yeah. This is basically the new contract at work. AI takes the boring, repeatable tasks. Humans move up to higher value problems. If you refuse to move up, you eventually move out. And big tech CEOs are thinking the exact same way.
We see big companies put a stop on hiring and they say like, hey, to their employees, you need to figure out how to do this with AI first before we hire someone. What do you think about that?
I think it's a reflection of, a fast changing market and a lot of uncertainty, both, in the political environment and in the tech environment of where things are going. And the natural tendency to do is to go slower a little bit. And you might decide, some people are no longer the right folks in my company for that kind of environment where things are moving incredibly fast, where you're almost forced to use AI to keep up with the competition. But like the realization I think that many companies had in the last few months is that if we have employees that say we don't want to use AI, that ultimately means we as a company are no longer set up for success because our competitors are all using AI or they're mandating AI. And I think this is the transition phase we're going through. Things like Mark Zuckerberg getting the Scale AI team into the company. I think that shows.
So is that the whole thing? Is because other CEOs are getting the money, so they feel like other companies are pressured to push AI because of the fact that the corporations that are like at the top are pushing AI. So now you have these people like this guy with his accent I mean, he'll probably be in a bunker next. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to understand, like, okay, all these guys are like building bunkers. They're building AI, but bunkers at the same time. It's like, okay, well, yeah, we're gonna build AI, but then we're gonna like, okay, I think it's gonna reach a critical point, and then we're gonna have to hide ourselves from what happened. It's crazy to me. Okay. And you get to hear like the tenure of how they speak. It's like you guys are not even normal. You're not even human beings that like probably could talk to a normal person. Wait.
Where Mark's head is and where he believes the future is going to be, and he's willing to invest into it.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you already have a job, your number one goal is very simple. Become the person who knows how to do your job with AI, not in spite of it. And if you're a manager and you're watching this, another meaningful thing I took away from a conversation with this lady who runs this nonprofit helping students apply to colleges. And when she was introducing this AI tool, when she was talking to her team, she told them to focus on the problem that they're solving with.
See how you have, all right, so let's just break this whole AI problem down into groups, right? So you have like the average Joe that's using ChatGPT. Then you have the business person that's trying to incorporate AI into their business model to help people out. But then you have like this other, like where it just shuts off, and you have like this oligarchy of people that are just creating AI, and you don't even know what the hell their end game is.
Yeah, they're just doing it because it's a big trend. It's popular, and they're so blinded by the potentiality of like earning some sort of money or something from making that AI stuff. They don't know what they're making, but they're just making it. Oh, we need an AI product because that's the new thing. Oh, hello, fellow children. AI here. It's basically just a new buzzword, and that buzzword is somehow dangerous. It's made dangerous because people are just so stupid. They're just like, they're like, oh, AI is going to be the next big thing. We need to invest tens of trillions of dollars into this one thing.
Right. We don't even like put like about to take 1 trillion and put it into the homeless crisis.
Yeah, we are 1 trillion into
just 1 trillion and put it into the homeless situation.
Like, dude,
I'm trying to understand what is the logic here. How can the government, because we discussed earlier, how the government is going to, they're going to the government to get like bailed out, right, from their debt of billions of dollars, right? How can our government take our tax dollars and bail out AI companies, yet and still people are still homeless and still struggling? Oh, okay. Well, then you have a Donald Trump that says, well, just throw them all into insane asylums, right? Mm-hmm. So that's the answer. But the other people, so that's a thing where people do not even, they don't respect people, humanity. Because you can like say, oh, this person's value is more because they created AI. And so I'll like take our tax dollars to go into their thing, bail them out. But I'm going to throw these people that are like probably homeless on the street, whatever, and throw them into an insane asylum or whatever. And so there's no like what, so we don't even as a society, people are not even understanding what's going on here. But then you have people talking about FBA. We're foundational black. Listen, the real game is not black, white, or indifferent. The real game is tech.
Yes, the entire human race versus a robot, a big company that doesn't feel emotion. It just takes money from people and feeds it into it burns all the money. You know, like, dude, it puts it in a vault and has that money just stagnant sitting there.
You know, while you're here, I'm gonna ask you a question because I'm not sure if you ever heard of this, right?
Yeah.
Because all right, because I keep mentioning this, but I want you to summarize. Because I want to like know, like, okay, so we talk about the tech world, we talk about what's going on in tech, right?
Yep.
Where do you think that this whole foundational Black American argument goes into? Now, do you know what a Black American is?
That's a person that's born in America who's black, who's African, whose ancestors were African.
Well, no. They're saying that we were not, like, if you actually do the read, they'll say that no, we are foundational Black Americans, and that we're we came from. Hold on, let me see. All right, let's go into it. I'm gonna go. Let me just see foundational Black, because I mean, you have never you've never probably like looked into this stuff. All right, so there's this whole thing about like this whole foundational Black American argument, that we're not Africans. Have you ever heard of that?
Not really. Nope.
Okay. Let me try to find a thing from Turkey. Let me just, because I want you to do this, and I want you to break it down when it comes to technology and how it affects. Okay. All right, hold on. All right. Hold on, I'm trying to find something that's shorter. It's so many long videos about it.
56 minutes long, yo.
Right, everything is long as hell. All right, this is like a 5 minute long defining foundational Black America, because I want to like know what you think when it comes down to this versus the tech world and what's happening in tech when it comes down to AI and things like, is this important? I just want to know.
Yeah, a couple times. This is a term that I think I first heard about this term maybe 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a book or an ebook about?
Yeah, I got a book. I got a book. Well, I got a book really talking about my experiences. It's called Foundational Black American Race Beta.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about this term. Where did it come from and what inspired that book?
The term Foundational Black American, I really got that term from Claude Anderson. I'm a big student of Claude Anderson, and I would chop it up with him, not just in my movies, but I would have him on my podcast, and he would talk about how unique Native Black Americans are. He would use the term Native Black Americans, and he would talk about how unique we are as far as our lineage. We are a unique group, which is true. And I started using the term Native Black American, but sometimes that term would confuse people because they thought, well, do you mean a Cherokee who's mixed with Black? Do you mean a Choctaw who's mixed with Black? So that term would be somewhat confusing. So I said, let's do another term. Let's tighten that term up so that there won't be any confusion. So foundational instead of Native, because Black people, we are the founders of this nation, meaning we're the foundation. We built this nation from scratch.
So
White people couldn't even say that they did that. But
you changed that term?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I came up with the term foundational Black American based on Native Black American from Claude Anderson.
Wow, that's deep.
Yeah.
It's been taken off. I go on Clubhouse and there's these really interesting debates between foundational Black Americans and Black immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets a little nasty sometimes.
It does get nasty, yeah.
And it's sometimes a little offensive. Me being that I have roots, my roots are in the Caribbean,
Mm-hmm.
but my roots also go to slavery. In
Mhm.
fact, I could trace my roots to the actual name of the slave that is a descendant on my dad's side named Julian Alonso, who was a runaway slave from an island called Curacao. Not too many people can name the person in their family who was that slave. So I feel like my history and my background is very similar to foundational Black Americans, but there's this divide now. And I think maybe the divide, some people saying the divide is becoming more severe because of you.
No, well, that's a cop-out because that's a projection. Let's be very clear. The divide has always come from the immigrant class, always. We have been the only ones welcoming them in as brothers and sisters and saying, hey, you Black like me, we all Black. The minute many of people from the immigrant class, they do something constructive, they go out of their way to distance themselves from us. So if they go get a PhD, well, I'm a Nigerian American, man. I'm the first Nigerian American with a PhD. All right, I mean, good for you, brother. If they win a track meet or whatever, oh, they're the first Ghanaian American, they go out of their way. This woman who's the spokesperson at the White House, they made a big deal about it. Well, she's the first Haitian American. She's Haitian. She's a Haitian American. They go out of their way when it's constructive. When a motherfucker rob a liquor store and he's Haitian or he's Black, if somebody go rapes 18 women, oh, he's Nigerian, but he's Black. He's Black.
So whose fault is that, though? It's not.
That's theirs and the white people too. That's theirs and the white
I
people
would say
too.
it's white media.
Yeah, and them. They do that shit too.
Well, they do it when it's to affirm some success.
Yeah. No, but you Black when you want to dump your trash on us. You see what I'm saying? I don't want nobody's fucking trash. I don't want nobody's trash. If we're gonna be different when it's positive, be different when it's negative. Don't just be Black when it's negative, and then we get the stigma for it. In New York right now, there's a lot of crimes against Asian people. The people just running up, hitting Asian people in the head in New York for no reason. We did the research. Many of these people are immigrants. These are not FBAs doing that. We look at the background of these people. We're seeing a lot of these people are not even FBA. But we get the stigma. So when the stop and frisk comes, I'm getting hemmed up because of what this motherfucker just did. We're saying enough is enough. If we're going to be all one group, let's be all one group. Since you're making it clear that we're different, we're going to be different all across the board. And we have a different, unique lineage, and that's okay. We celebrate everybody's unique lineage. They just had West Indian Day Parade out there in New York. Wonderful thing, celebrate that. Nobody has a problem when everybody else wants to celebrate their lineage. We have a lineage. We have a unique lineage here as Foundational Black Americans. We want to celebrate and acknowledge that. That's not divisive. That's what everybody else is doing.
So what is the solution? Because there's no way.
There's not a problem for there to be a solution. See, that's not a problem. Us acknowledging our lineage is not a problem. You don't need a solution for a problem that doesn't exist. Everybody should just say, hey, look, we celebrate your uniqueness as a foundational Black American. The problem is when we do something constructive, instead of giving us credit for it, other people want to start getting credit for it. And that's the problem.
Now you mentioned.
So what are your thoughts on that? And then I want you to consider when we talk about technology. What do you think about that?
I don't think it correlates with technology. I think it correlates more with like history. I think he's arguing about history more than like technology. So I don't have anything to say about technology there, but like history-wise, I mean. Yeah, I think he has like a different view on like where our roots, the roots of Black people or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, like genetics nonsense, something like that. Yeah.
So, but I'm saying is that like when it comes down to, do you think that the focus, right? And so what has happened now is that this has become a very huge talking point in the Black community, FBA versus African, right? So do you think that should be a focus, or do you think we should be more focused on things like AI and how that's going to affect us? Or do you think we should be focused on what he said is that, the Africans are coming over, taking our jobs, taking our this, taking our that, stuff like this? Do you think that that should be a focus?
I think we gotta focus on like billionaires like exploiting us and turning us against ourselves. Like that's I think that's what's happening. That's what's happening right now. They're they're deporting people. They got like actual like big crazy guys like illegally. Look, it feels illegal, like deporting like entire like families to places that they haven't even been before. Like, dude, I think we should worry more about that than like.
Well, no, a lot of foundational Black Americans will say that they came here illegally, so therefore it doesn't matter how they get deported. They were here illegally, so they need to leave our country. This is our country. We need to focus on us, and we shouldn't care about how they get deported. They were here illegally. They need to go, and we need to focus on what Trump is doing and how it's going to affect us. And so that's the reason why I'm asking the question of which one do you think is more important? Do you think it's more important to focus on that the racial divide between not even racial, but I would say like ethnogenesis of foundational Black Americans that we were here before, and that the Caribbeans are coming over here taking our and what they call tethering over us? Or do you think it's more important to focus on like the technology of it all?
I think we need to like just like worry about whether or not like big people are exploiting us, and how to like be informed about like how not to like be exploited by like big, you know, like influential people. You know, don't be a follower. That's all we need to worry about.
You're saying don't be a follower, okay?
Yeah, whether we're like becoming followers or not to like a bigger thing.
Let me just show you an example of a lie that he's done. So, and then you know what? Hold on, let me just see. I'm trying to find what he did recently. That's an older one. Let me find recent. So, because I want you know, you've never watched, you've never seen this, right? You've never seen this.
Nope.
Okay, because I want you to see it, because I mean I think it's interesting. So, all right, here we go.
They would talk about so many explorers.
So the definition of Black in America today, so that's what we also have to define. What definition of Black are we using? According to the U.S. Census, Black refers to any people that are descending from groups from sub-Saharan Africa, right? So according to the U.S. Census today, the common understanding of Black that we have, Blackness is inextricably linked to being African. So, you know, like,
by today's
definition of Black, like where is your definition coming from?
This is by today's definition. If you go back to old dictionaries back in the 1800s, even the 1700s, they would talk about Americans being Negro. They would be very explicit about this, because when they got here, they saw Black people here or dark-skinned people here, and they reclassified them as Negro. This is why in many of the slave documents,
where
going
was
back to
that
the
term used first? Negro.
Second,
Where was
guys.
that used first?
Okay.
Do you mind turning your camera on? Because we just want to confirm if it's really you.
This is me. This is me, beloved. This is me.
Where was that
Say
term
something to
used
this guy
first?
quick. I'm also curious as to why you're
don't.
Wait, I'm also curious as to why you're pushing back so much, because from what I've heard of you, Tariq, you do identify as being an African descendant. So where is the pushback coming from for you?
There's no pushback. I'm all about facts and history. There's no pushback. The pushback is about really understanding genetics and phenotypes. There were.
I remember you from 2015.
Okay. Somebody's trolling. Trolling. No. Let's stick with facts. We'll troll later. I thought we were gonna have. Let's talk the facts.
Yeah, go
I don't
ahead.
need to troll. Yeah. But the Black phenotype has been on this land. This has been completely documented by. I'm talking about white scholars, white explorers, white scientists.
I mean, Black people look so different and have so many myriad phenotypes, but I do understand what you're saying.
There's no
Generally,
specific Black
there are
phenotype, and that
specific
word.
Right. There
traits
is no
associated
specific.
with being
There,
Black.
right.
For
There's no
example,
specific
like,
Black phenotype.
no,
There's no
there's
specific.
not. But you know, when people think about, oh, there's like an echo. There's a really bad echo. So when people think about like the racial, you know, concepts that people have of Blackness, it often includes things like, you know, a wider nose, dark skin, kinky hair. We understand that. But when we're talking about the classic definition that we have today of Black, according to like the US Census, are you using the US Census definition or no? According to the US Census definition, Black means someone originating from Africa.
But but they moved the envelope, because with the U.S. Census, even the definitions of white, that changes almost every 20 years. Back in the 1800s, a white person was somebody who was Anglo from Northern Europe. Then they started to allow the Spanish as well to a certain degree. But the Italians were allowed into whiteness 1920s, 1930s, 40s, around that time. And it was based on phenotype. So we got to be very clear about that.
Okay, so Tariq, right?
Okay.
Let me ask one question.
Yes, sir.
Just 1 second. So 1 second. So the point about guineas, right? Guineas, that was more so a reference to like the tan olive skin tone. It wasn't necessarily a reference to them believing that they were African. Most Mediterranean people have a tan olive skin tone. But I'm gonna let Uncle Moose ask you a question.
There was a famous, also in the early 20th century, there was a white man who was in control of the vital statistic records named Walter Plecker, who went down the line into people's birth certificates and started to reclassify a lot of the Native Americans as Negro.
I mean, this goes on and on. So I want to get your opinion, my daughter, about what do you think? And I mean, I could continue to play more, so you can get like a more understanding about what the conversation is happening in the Black community right now. There is like this whole thing going on between, you know, the the FBA versus Africans versus Caribbeans. And what's being said is that the Caribbeans and the Africans are tethering, meaning that they are they come to America, they use us for what we've done, and we were the ones that created all this stuff and built America. So therefore, no one should be able to come into America and get the same benefits off of what we built, etc. Right? So I wanted to get your opinion on, like, do you want to hear more so you like get more context of this thing, or do you get it so far?
I think I get it.
Okay, so here's the question. So which argument do you think is more important? The tethering, like, okay, there's Africans that come here, you know, they might be in Congress, they might do things, whatever, help pass laws that like are against African Americans, or the argument about like technology and how it's moving forward and how we need to be focused on it. Which one is more important?
I think both are equally as important, because I think that the whole argument of like, we are the native people here, and you should stay in your countries and blah blah blah, like that whole thing, that whole like mindset is like really important to like learn about. Like, why? What if you were actually born here, but the files didn't really say that you were born here? That's like a very like complicated thing. Like same with like people from Mexico, people in Mexico like have like weird things with their passports that hasn't been like settled, and with like current like presidencies and stuff like that, it's like a very bad situation for like certain families in like Mexico, or whether it be like Mexico or African or Asia. It's like a very bad situation for these people.
Well, the argument is that they came over here illegally. They should not be here. And then some people will say that them being here messes up our opportunity, that we would have more opportunities here in America for Black Americans if they were not here.
It's crazy.
And so therefore we should get rid of them. They should all go back to their own country. What are your thoughts?
Like, I have the same thoughts. What if you were born in America, but the papers said you weren't born in America or something like that? What if you were raised as like a little infant in America? What would you be classified as American if you were raised on American soil, like in an American household, fully American, like pure American blooded, but like your parents are American, but for somehow, for some reason, your parents probably like went on vacation when they had you or something like that, and then you came to America, like that whole thing, like that's like
So
really
Trump has put an end to birthright citizenship. So there's no such thing as that because you were born in America that you are an American. So it goes to, I guess, your parents, wherever they came from. But just because, so you're Chinese and your parents come from China and they have citizenship in China, the way Trump has done it is that if you are born in America, you are not a citizen of America, and you would have to go back to China. So even if you grew up in America, all these different things, if you don't have the paperwork that says you're American, then you will get shipped back to China, Russia, wherever you came from.
That's even worse than how I was thinking about. I thought it was, just like, oh, if you had like complications or something in like your documents, you had to go back to China or something like that. But no, so your parents, it's genetic. Like, oh, if you have Chinese blood in your veins, you need to go. That's crazy. Like, what the heck? Okay.
So that's the new thing, right? And so therefore now we have a thing called foundational Black American, right? So say if you are a African that was born in America, that your parents are immigrants, then you would possibly have a chance of getting sent back to Africa.
Oh my God.
Whatever part that your parents came from.
That's messed up. What the heck?
Yeah. So I mean, do you think so? But this is like a thing that like that people are saying this should go down. Because and then it's like a whole thing of that we are foundational and we have the right to be here. Everybody else needs to go. So that's like some of the talking points that a lot of like the FBA movement says. So let me play a little more.
So this is well documented. Look up Walter Plecker.
Okay, so let me ask you
this was a
then,
common
too.
thing. But go ahead,
So,
Like you are mentioning a whole bunch of conspiracy theories without producing any sources to back anything up. The Walter Plecker argument has been like debunked so many damn times. It is absolutely insane. They were not going through to eradicate Native American identity. They were trying to protect the integrity of whiteness. They didn't want people who could quote unquote trying to pass as white because they are racist fucks, and that's what it was always about. No, you are not the original American.
No, let me just do a different video. So this is a person that he says that's an undercover tether that tried to say something. Let's go.
Oh, okay, yeah, you guys.
Yes, indeed. What part of Birmingham you in?
Inslee.
Inslee, okay. I used to be over there in the brickyard all the time.
Okay, I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah, I go to that Green Acres over there in Inslee. The Green Acres Chicken.
Yeah, that's the one I go to. Yeah, that one downtown ain't the same.
It really ain't. It really ain't. That one in Inslee was busting. But what's on your mind, dear? How are you?
Well, what's on my mind is like, well, I've been, for one, like I've grown up like pro-Black, so I've always considered myself to be like, a woman of culture, and I'm wondering like, with all the advent of the FBA, like, what is the culture? Because for me, I'm an African American, as I said, from chattel slavery, and our culture is this blues. I grew up deep in the blues, of course, Alabama. So I'm wondering, I've heard of like, we have 44 million of us African Americans. What percentage of that is FBA?
The majority. Yeah, everybody else who's so-called African American, they come from immigrant backgrounds. Do you come from an immigrant background?
No, we are descended from transatlantic slave trade and chattel slavery, us African Americans. That is our ethnicity. But the FBA seems to be utilizing nationalism instead of ethnic culture.
No, we're talking about lineage.
Yeah.
Lineage.
Yeah, lineage is tied to our ethnicity. You know,
So-
that shapes our unique experience. We're the only ones who descended from chattel slavery.
Right.
Right.
This
So
is-
we're African Americans. That is our ethnicity based on the continent of
No.
Africa and the continent of the
No,
Americas.
we're not. We're not African American.
Yes. Well, I'm saying the FBA are not. So what percentage of y'all
What's
of
the
the African Americans?
what's the difference between you and a Foundation of Black America?
Well, it seems like the foundation of Black America is moving away from the ethnicity into the nationality.
What's the difference between you and a Foundation of Black America?
I feel choice of nationalism versus ethnic cultural.
Those are ideologies, dear. Those are different ideologies.
Yeah, these are constructs that we are all playing in while we're in the United States.
No, there's a lineage. A lineage has nothing to do with the ideology.
Yes, our lineage is tied to who we are genetically based on our experience from
Mhm.
chattel slavery. Yes, that's our lineage. We descend from chattel slaves. And that is our unique ethnic experience that shapes our cultural reality. Now, our nationality as Black Americans, that is including of like all these different things, which is why we end up getting erased. But our ethnic cultural background, that is our unique experience. Like
Are you
Afro
gonna- slow
Latinos
down, slow
are
down,
the
slow down.
only Afro Latinos.
Slow
And then
down.
us African Americans are the only African Americans.
No, we're not.
But
No, no.
anybody else who erroneously calls themselves that, they're just wrong. They're not
Okay.
African Americans like us.
Okay.
But
Yes, they
the
are.
FBA,
No, they're not like us. But hold on. Do you know who Myron Gaines is?
no, who's that?
Okay, he's a Sambo from the Sudan. He's a very anti-Black Arab from the Sudan. He goes on right-wing platforms and he denigrates our lineage all the time. He calls himself African American when it's convenient. That's
I
his
mean,
fault.
well, he's just erroneous. I mean, we cannot like stop being ourselves because some people are wrong about or categorizing themselves. They want to be us. Of course, they're probably calling themselves African American, but like they're not. Like only us who descend from chattel slavery are African American.
That's not true.
But the
That's not true.
FBA,
That's not-
is a group like the Black.
Can you hear me, dear? Hold on. Twa, can you hear me when I'm talking?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you say the FBA is a group?
Well, yeah, like Black Lives Matter. It was really meant to be something that was helping us get reparations. It wasn't meant for us to identify ourselves in this way. We were always African American, but the FBA was meant to help us connect to reparations within this country. But
No.
it wasn't meant to be a marker. Like Black Lives Matter isn't our identity.
Where are you
Our
getting that
identity is
from?
African American, but Black Lives Matter is what we use to fight.
Three T's. You're not being honest, Twa. Why are you not being? You're being dishonest. Twa. Why are you being dishonest? Now there's a red flag going on, Twa. Why are you being dishonest? You're not being honest, Twa. Something ain't right.
All right, now you're going to see this. Watch this really closely. Or are you listening?
Yep.
Watch this. Watch how this goes.
You're not being honest. Twa, you're being deceptive. Let me stop you. And when somebody says something wrong and then just keep talking, that's kind of a red flag. And you're deliberately saying things that's incorrect. Why are you doing that, dear? Unmute your mic, Twa. Let's get to the nitty gritty. Why you're saying things that's deliberately incorrect, and then I'm talking and you keep talking. So there's a red flag there. Twa, unmute your mic, dear. Let's get to the nitty gritty. Why are you being deceptive, Twa?
Well, I'm African American. That's not deceptive.
No, but you were saying you told a complete lie. You said Foundation of Black Americans is a group like Black Lives Matter. Wait, why'd you tell that lie? That's a blatant lie. Why'd you tell that lie?
Well, when it was created, it was there so that we can get reparation, and I was definitely in support of that. But like not to erase our ethnicity, but to simply, use it to identify ourselves as individuals and to get us a reparations in the government space. It was like political movement, but not meant to be an identifier. We're African Americans, and the government is trying to erase our ethnicity, and that's why we end up feeling erased as people who descend from chattel slavery, because our nationality is like it includes all the.
Twa, you just talking in circles, and what you just said made no sense whatsoever. You're being deceptive. I want to see why you're being deceptive. What you just said didn't make sense, beloved. You're just talking in circles.
Well, race, like African American is about the continents, but Black American, that's our nationality. We're casted as Black, and then we're in the nation of the Americas. And to be honest, like when people come and immigrate here, they end up being called Black Americans because they immigrate.
Twa, did you vote for the Democrats?
Are you a Republican?
I'm not.
I'm actually like.
Did you vote for the Democrats, dear?
I mean, these things are meant to be private, but I'm not really a Democrat though, but I'm definitely not a Republican.
Is Kamala Harris an African American?
Well, isn't she what? Isn't she mixed with Indian? Is her father African American? I think she's bi-ethnic. She's African American and some whatever Indian ethnicity.
You voted for Kamala, didn't you?
I mean, you can guess whatever you like.
Okay, it wasn't a trick question, below.
I didn't give a trick answer.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you were kind of vague. Yeah, like it wasn't a gotcha. I'm just getting some clarity here because this sounds like a lot of kind of Democrat shillery talk when somebody.
Oh no, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican either, though.
Okay. But saying that Foundation of Black American is a group, that's not a group you can join. Either you're born a Foundation of Black American or you're not.
Well, yeah, but like Black Lives Matter, it's a group. That's what I mean. I don't mean to denigrate. I mean to say like it's not our ethnicity. It's an identifier. Yes, that's based on our lineage.
It's
Yeah.
a lineage. It's a lineage.
But yes,
it's
but
a
our-
lineage. It's nothing else
Yes.
but a lineage.
Yes, it's a lineage. It's a group that identifies the lineage. However, our
No, it's not.
ethnicity.
No. It's not a group. Because you can join or quit a group. A group has an identity. You can't quit your lineage. You can't stop being foundational.
Yes, and our ethnicity. Yes, and our ethnicity is like a part of our culture. You believe in our culture, correct? Like, well, African American culture. That's why I meant to come up here and ask. Like,
Yeah, you can't
as
stop
I'm an
being-
African American, our culture is like ironclad. What is the FBA culture when you are delineating from Africa and African American culture and African American ethnicity? Are you making a new ethnicity as FBA? Since we African Americans are, I personally want to stay in the cultural history of African Americans that descend from slavery. My ancestors and the people who came before us made a great culture. But the FBA, what are you delineating and where are you going to? What is that culture, new culture, going to be away from our ethnicity?
There's no new culture. All the culture that Foundational Black Americans created since the beginning of this country is Foundational Black American culture. It
Yes,
comes
that's African
specifically-
American culture. You're saying you want to re-identify our
no,
ethnicity?
Hold on, no. It's not African American because there's African immigrants who don't have the same culture as us, and they're African American.
No, they are just African.
No,
They're
that's not true.
American. We are the
That's
only
not
African
true.
Americans.
That's not true.
They're
That's
not African.
That's not true. African immigrants can come over here and they're African American. Why did they keep saying Barack Obama was the first African American president?
White people were simply wrong. They were incorrectly
Okay,
categorized.
all right. So since they're wrong, we're getting it right. Right. So they're wrong. You're absolutely right. They were wrong.
Yes,
That's why
they're wrong.
We're getting it right with Foundational Black American. We're
Well,
getting it
we
right.
can get it right by correcting them and being smarter than
That's-
them. We
that's
don't
what
have
we're
to get it
doing.
right by changing who we are and erasing our.
Changing what? What are we changing, dear? By acknowledging who we are without people making mistakes like you just said. You just said
Yes, we've
calling
been.
these
You're
people.
saying we're foundation.
Whoa, slow down. You just said, and I completely agree with you, calling these people and comparing them and making it seem like they're of our lineage by using the catch-all African American is wrong. They keep making mistakes doing that. We cannot
Yes,
keep
they are wrong.
right. So we cannot keep promoting a mistake. We got to be very right and exact with the culture and the lineage. And the people who created American culture are Foundational Black Americans, not people who are just generically African American, because that includes Obama, that includes Kamala Harris.
Obama is never an African American.
Yes,
he
he
didn't descend from
was.
chattel slavery.
Yes, he was, ma'am. Yes, he
From
was.
Kenya, and his mom
and
was white.
he's African and American. So yes, he is African American. He ain't foundational.
No, he's not foundational. You're right.
Why? He ain't of the soil. He's not from the soil.
He's Kenyan, and
The
his mom
only
is
people-
white. Ain't
the
it?
only people who are from the soil from the very beginning are foundational, and that's not changing anything. That's acknowledging a group of people.
All right. So listen, I want to get as an 18-year-old listening to this for the first time. What are your thoughts? Because you say you never heard of this conversation before. What are your thoughts?
Think about what the heck a foundational Black American is, bro. Like, how do you prove yourself to be a foundational Black American? How do you prove that? Like you have to get a time machine in like actually like show me who is founding America. Where's the founding going? What happened? What's like what the heck? What is a foundational Black American, man? I think this guy is just making stuff up. Just making stuff up off of his head. And I mean, I think he like read like a lot of books. I don't know.
He read a lot of books.
Yeah, he read a lot of books. And like he said, you know, I think
Okay, so I'm gonna ask the original question again. So, what should be the conversation though in the Black community? Should it be whether or not we're foundational Black and delineating from Africa? This is what the whole argument with foundational Black American is we need to delineate from the Caribbeans, the Africans, the Mexicans, the Chinese, and mainly like the other black people that are in America that will try to tether off of our lineage, right? And get the benefits that we have created for ourselves and benefit off of that. Which one do you think is more important? The conversation about technology or the conversation about like delineation?
I think we should worry more about robots, like people trying to replace us with robots, because those people are jerks. I don't like people that replace people like that.
Why do you think it's more important though? Because I mean, there are people trying to replace us that are from Africa, right? Say a person comes over from Africa and they try to take our jobs. Are they equally as putting us in danger? Which one is more of a detriment in your mind?
The robot one.
Why?
Because robots can go around the world, you know, like people can ship robots to different places in the planet. It's not just Africa and America. It's like probably the entire world at stake, you know, like maybe in like a decade or something, like we'll have a whole array of jobs just being gone. I think it's like a worldwide thing, and I think there's going to be like one company that makes all of these robots and like profits from all of this. And I think I'm fearing that more than like my lineage, they're taking our jobs, they're taking our soil, they're taking our foundational soil. Not like no. What about the robots taking our foundational soil? What about the big soulless metallic corporation taking our soil? I think the big soulless corporation is more un-American than someone who's non-American that just wants a job somewhere else.
Good. All right. So, Man in the High Castle. What did you want to say? Now, this is my daughter. Like, go easy on her. She's 18. Don't go hard. Don't be going in. This is my daughter. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Muffled.
It's like muffled.
There's no pushback. I don't have a problem with what she said. It's not as significant as you would think to me. I believe that is deeper than this young lady. The situation is delineation is already in progress. I want to mention too, Walter Plecker was best friends with Marcus Garvey. There are pictures on the internet. All you have to do is type up Marcus Garvey and Walter Plecker. This is what's going on now, though, is delineation, and it's in progress. Even the dominant society is about delineation too. And when you have white man, white woman, and black man, black woman from America with ancestors who drank this water in America, breathe in this air in America, and they're angry at the same thing, there's a problem now. People are in trouble who are not American. This phenomenon doesn't occur too often.
I think both of these things are just separate problems in general. I don't know, like robot, like this whole robot thing is like a whole philosophical problem. Like, oh, robots are taking are not just taking our jobs or taking our souls and our identities, while this whole African American stuff like that, white black, it's like it has something to do with race in history. It doesn't have anything to do with, oh, robots are taking it's a history type of thing. It's been there for like a long time. So I don't really have any really crazy opinions about like stuff like that. So I don't
Also,
know. Yeah.
also as the man in the high castle, some may not be aware of the name. However, you could look at my situation as I have information, footage from an alternate history. And I like to say that I'm a courier and I'm trying to get the message across to Americans right now. You can prepare yourself for 2026 right now. First and foremost, if you vote Democrat in the foreseeable future, if we allow them to get their eggs in order, to get their affairs in order, and the machine allows Democrats to come into power once more, they're going to bring back all these illegals who were deported and give them reparations.
Here's the question. Okay, 'cause we've been talking about this for a while. We talked about the oligarchs. We talked about the people that are running AI. Okay. Trillions, wait, hold on. $1 billion industry that right now is at a deficit, right? And what they're doing now is going to the government to bail them out. Which one? Because you want to talk about reparations, right? But I this is why I see like the two things go hand in hand.
Right?
Because
Yes, it's still connected though. Like it's two different it's like an argument about history and an argument about robots, but it's still like associated with one another, because robots are no AI and Bitcoin and stuff is affecting the environment. We are running out of water, we are running out of electricity, everything, all the prices are going up because of this AI stuff. So I mean, I don't know. If I were to choose what I should worry about taking my job, I wouldn't really choose another human being. I would choose like a robot to worry about, because like, what the heck? Why would you replace a job with a robot? It's like an excuse for like people being laid off for a while. Like people are losing their jobs for the most stupid reason, the stupidest reason ever. All right, like
right, so and I say this is that like right now the black community is focused on this. Well, a large amount. I wouldn't say the whole black community. So only like probably the internet and certain people, because you hadn't even heard about this whole FBA versus African versus Caribbean delineation from the African and the Caribbean. We need to separate ourselves from being African or Caribbean, and that we need to separate ourselves because we want reparations. You haven't heard that argument, but I'm like, okay, how can we get reparations when the majority of the money from the government is going to technology companies?
yeah, right.
The money that there's no reparations left if the technology companies are siphoning.
And it's not even like, oh, I'm putting money into this specific. They're just hoarding money. They're literally just putting the money in like a gosh darn safe to do absolutely nothing with. They're not paying us. They're not paying no. They're just putting it in a safe and spending some of that money that's in that safe on like a bunch of electronic crap.
How do you
What's the
feel
downside?
about money? Do you feel that money is positive or negative?
Man, I don't know. I have
Mm.
no idea what to feel about money.
Mm. So, as we move away from cash, paper cash, and we are more digitalized, digital banking, digital church ministries, all the above. Um, do you believe that the robots are coming in what year? What, 2030, 2040, or
Oh,
sooner?
we already have robots. They're
Okay,
just
so the
primitive.
robots, will the robots take over?
They won't take over. We're going to screw ourselves over, and we're going to have another Great Depression. That's what's going to happen. The robot there's not going to be no robot apocalypse. There might be like drones. There might be drones. There might be robot suits that people like actually control. But I don't think there will be any like actual robot apocalypse. Like, oh, we are the robots. We gain. There's not going to be anything like that. There's going to be greedy people exploiting people, using their power to exploit people and brainwash people into doing stuff for them. And I think that's gonna cause the next World War III is gonna happen. I think that's what's gonna like eventually cause World War III, because there's gonna be the next Great Depression. There's gonna be the Great Depression 2, all because is people rich people are like super speculative about AI. Like, oh, AI is gonna be the future. I'm gonna put all my money into this and not pay anybody. And yeah, I think that's gonna cause the next world war because nobody learns. I think we're all doomed, but not really in like a sad way. I think we can like actually change for the better, but I don't know. Like right, like dude. Yeah. I think we are going to cause the end to ourselves. We're not the robots aren't going to do anything. The robots are just a tool. Robots are tools. We're gonna use robots on each other, on ourselves. That's what's gonna happen.
And when you say robots, you mean even AI, not just so much only just robots, right? You say AI, all that stuff.
I think AI is just going to be like a product. AI is a product, and it's a concept. It's a good concept that could be used, but right now I think people might turn towards like robotics, and just robotics in general. I don't know about AI. There might be AI. There might be like an AI drone thing, like a AI thing that kills people. But I don't think it'll be good. I don't think that will actually be good for anybody. I think it'll just blindly kill people.
So, all right, I can entertain this for a minute. Have you ever heard of the Jetsons?
Yeah.
Are you aware how Rosie? You know who Rosie is? The robot.
Yep.
All right. Now, in the future, in the very near future, Rosie or an entity like Rosie will serve with a 3D printer our foods. Also, Mr. Jetson, here's your breakfast. It was in a pill sometimes. Lunch, dinner, breakfast, all in one pill. How do you feel about that?
I don't know.
How do you feel about living forever?
I mean, that's like a flipping crazy concept. Like living forever. I think your brain would melt first. I think it'll actually drive you insane if you live forever.
The ability to transfer our consciousness into a synthetic suit, another body. All we know, our clouds, all our memories into another vessel. So, say for instance, World War III happened. Do you believe in heaven or hell?
I
Not
think we
really.
all just die. I don't know.
Okay. So if World War III broke out, nuclear apocalypse, hey, we're all going to heaven. What's so bad about that? I think the fear today in 2025 cannot meet the greed today in 2025.
But she said she doesn't necessarily believe it.
I agree with her with the greed. The greed is way above the fear.
Right.
And when people have nothing to fear, we're almost unlimited, motivated. There's no floors, there's no
Earlier, we
ceiling.
talked about the fact that the people that would be using AI to put themselves into that their consciousness into that, it wouldn't be the average person. It would be the rich people. Go ahead and go into that. Or
huh? What happened? Wait, what you
said
said?
that people that would be able to put their consciousness into robots and this, that, the other. It wouldn't be the average individual in the person. It'd be rich people that have money enough.
Check your smart device. Check your smart device. All your memories are in your smart device. All the clouds.
Listen, but
But it will just be an idea of you. It won't be like actually you. That's the scary part, you know. Like it won't be like, oh, this is me. I am in the phone. Nope. It'll just be a copy of you. It'll be just copied. That's what AI is doing right now. It's copying people.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, everything that we're pursuing, say for instance, I caught on this maybe 2 to 3 years ago. I would go like in a Walmart, things that I would grab. I would maybe not get it, but I check out, I bought things. And then later on, maybe months later, things that I was pursuing, I'd see on my smart device and would say in those little advertising bloopers on your smart device when you're on a website, I'd see an advertisement though and be like, buy now. It's this price and it's even cheaper. I'm like, I was about to pursue that in Walmart many, many months ago. And it's more affordable. Even on an educational level, even on car searches, many months later, I see it on my cell phone as an advertisement. Buy now. We're near you. So not only our speech, because speech is one of the last things that a human being gives up. And it's one of as a child, when we walk and talk, our speech is one of the last things that we develop. And when we pass off, it's one of the last things that we give up as well. And I believe if AI is already converting our speeches, it's only a matter of time where our consciousness can also be transferred in Bluetooth into things as well.
Right, and that's what I was talking about earlier. I didn't hear it, but she talked about the that's what she that the people with the money, that's what they're trying to. Can you go into that more about?
Okay, here.
Talk
like
about
kinda-
those sinister oligarchs that
Hold
I think are.
Hold on. You said you can't hear me? All right. So tell him about what you were talking about when we talked about, the fact that, people with money, that's what you feel like they're pretty much.
specific people like
No, you're not like
one-
telling me exactly, but just reiterate what you said earlier about the fact that you felt like that this is what the goal is for people with money, is that they're going to take the technology and try to merge with it and put the neural links and stuff inside their brains and try to merge with the technology. Go ahead into it.
Yeah, people want power. People want to be God, so people will, I think they will invest like a lot of money to become immortal, basically, and forever live inside like a AI body, or like forever be like alive. I think that's that's the basic thing I was talking about. Basically,
Have you ever watched the Lorax?
yep.
What's your thoughts on O'Hare Enterprise with all the surveillance and taking over? Who do you think that would be in real life? What company?
I think that would be Google. Yo, Google, shout out. Hey, Google. Hello, Google. Yo, shout out to Microsoft. Yo, hey,
I think it's-
Microsoft. Guys. Yo.
I think it's probably Microsoft though, but
I think it's all of them. Yeah. Google, Microsoft, iPhone, Apple. Apple.
okay.
Hey,
They
listen.
can all get together, yeah.
And High Castle, whenever she talks to you, like just mute. I don't know if it's mute you, but every time she says something like this, sounds like it's a really strange feedback. And then when you want to say something, just unmute. But yeah, go ahead, guys. Y'all are cooking.
Yeah, Google, Microsoft, the iPhone, probably Samsung. I don't know. Nintendo? I don't know about Nintendo. I think Nintendo's just greedy, but like, yeah. Mass surveillance from every company. Yeah, they're all just like O'Hare. It's multiple O'Hares. We're living in O'Hare times 10. Oh, Amazon. Actually, Amazon. That's a good one. Amazon.
I agree with you. Don't overlook Nintendo though. It's been around since 1890.
Oh, Nestle. Nestle is. I think Nestle is more evil than Nintendo. Oh my god.
I mean, they're putting out Ozempic products, rolling them out more and more into TV dinners.
I heard they took from like African children or something like that. I don't know. They took from like poor children in like third world countries. They took all their clean water, and they now they're like poisoned because their water supply is like bad or something like that. And it's all because Nestle is like taking all their water, all the glacier water or whatever, right?
I've heard of certain things like that. Yeah, I'm more. If I was to fear something, I'd probably be less intimidated by nuclear apocalypse, and more intimidated by an energy crisis, like lack of low storage of fuel, food, transportation, all the above. Just imagine like COVID without internet, Wi-Fi.
That's what she was saying, that that the technology boom with AI is going to create.
The AI is like taking a lot, is using up a lot of electricity, so there might be an energy crisis due to like more and more data centers being made for AIs and for waters, and it's like you don't even need like all those NVIDIA chips to run AI. So what are you doing? Like, what are they? Why are they doing this? Why? What is the point of all that?
You mentioned NVIDIA. Wow, that is pretty heavy. They're getting ready. You know, they are getting ready to start building more headquarters in the United States. You know, they have enough in China. They have to start doing more businesses in the United States. That was like the talk of this administration, for them to move their headquarters more in the United States, so the United States could get the smart cities popping.
But there's like more cheaper ways to like make an AI computer data center thing, and I don't know why they're investing all this money in these expensive CPU chip things that they're using expensive water to clean off and like cool down. Cool down. Yeah, they're using expensive water to cool the NVIDIA chips down that we like usually drink. We drink, and they're poisoning our water supply. That's what I'm hearing. These data centers are poisoning our water supply. We're now drinking microplastics. We're guzzling microplastics. And I think it's all gonna lead to us having cancer or something. And then the healthcare industry is gonna be like super bad. It's not gonna listen. They're not gonna listen to us. We're gonna be like, yo.
Talk about the GP. Could you talk about the GPU chips?
GPU
that you were mentioning.
Yeah, they're like, I think they're wait, let me see. What GPU chips are they using in the data centers? Yeah, H100 and H200. They're using the H100 GPU. Wait, H100 GPU price. And it's $25,000. So imagine $25,000 times like 100, because they have like a bunch of those things, like 1,000 of those things, like all running the same AI nonsense, and they have to change those every 1 year, I think, or something like that. Like they're paying a lot of money for no reason when they could just use like a cheaper CPU thing. But even then, they're using clean drinking water that we need to power to cool these things off or something like that, and it's raising our water bill. Is depleting our water sources. It's raising our energy bill, especially for the people that live near these data centers. So imagine like having a house, getting a house, like owning a home and everything, and like someone builds like a big, ginormous, bright data center, and it's like lowly humming, like every 10 like constantly. It's constantly just humming low vibrational sounds, and you live right next to it, and and there's like a big flashlight shining at your house every day, nonstop. That's basically what I'm like kind of like spooked about.
Well, I can say that what I do know is that NVIDIA has a partnership with this company out of Webster, Texas, called KULR, which is pronounced cooler. And they have this partnership where they're developing this data center for NVIDIA, where it's going to be called Jetson. And Cooler, even though the share price for the stock is relatively cheap right now, that's basically like Palantir, because these companies are going to need something to cool down their chips and instead of using all the energy from water sources. It's a cheaper and a more efficient way of making ionic batteries, lithium ionic batteries. But I do agree with what you're saying is that the cost, the waste of this $25,000 chips, there has to be a more efficient way, because if you're buying chips that are going to be obsolete within a year or two, I mean, it's kind of a waste of money.
Right. This is a big waste. And they're doing this all for Bitcoin and AI, and like it makes no sense. Why? What you're producing an imaginary thing. You're producing an internet thing, you know, it's going to be on the internet, and you'll need Wi-Fi and all this other stuff to use it. It doesn't make any sense. So yeah, I don't get it.
Where does Roblox, the video game, fit into all this?
I mean, I think Roblox is powered by like a bunch of computers too, like a bunch of server things. I mean, I think you can fit that with Roblox. Like, oh, maybe servers use water cooling. You know, like yeah.
I was just playing Danny's World with my daughter earlier yesterday. Roblox. This stuff's getting wild out here, though. But
Roblox is using like AI assistants. I almost forgot about that. Yeah, Roblox is using AI tools like 3D meshes and stuff like that. It's like 3D mesh generation, which that's crazy. You can like AI generate a 3D model. But yeah, you can ask AI to do coding for you and stuff like that. So I think Roblox has like a whole thing, like a support, like kind of supports AI in this whole deal too.
My only issues with Roblox, I remember my son, he was showing me about these servers in Roblox called Obbies.
Yep.
And I still don't know exactly what Obby is, but I have seen what he was showing me. And wow, I mean, those rooms, they are definitely, I fear for the children's safety out here.
What do they lead to these condo games, like those condo games?
Something like that.
Like inappropriate games or something like that.
Yep, exactly.
Go to the hobby, to go to the inappropriate game where you have to you talk to a woman or something like that. Yeah, I've seen a lot of those. Those are terrible.
It's crazy. I mean, but Roblox keep on getting bigger and bigger. I never thought it was gonna be bigger than like a Minecraft, but obviously.
I mean, I heard Roblox's stock is like going down. People are investing into it less. It's having like a lot of lawsuits right now. So like, hopefully, I'm like hoping that Roblox actually like gets better as a platform. Cause I mean, it's like my childhood and stuff. Like, oh, I grew up with blah, blah. But like, dude, yeah, the founder of Roblox or dude, whoever takes care of the Roblox moderation thing needs to like do something about that. Cause dude, Roblox is crazy with that.
I agree. I believe young gamers will be using type of devices to play games and fly drones. Maybe in the game they're using drones in real life too.
That's interesting.
I believe the military is heavy with Roblox.
Oh man, imagine the drone game. Yo, that's crazy.
Hey, listen, can you like drop down and come back up, High Castle? Because every time you say something, it sounds like it's like just a feedback.
I think you have like a fan in the background. It's like a low humming sound. It sounds like a lawnmower, like a microwave.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear me clear?
Yeah, it was doing some weird. Okay, now it's better now. But yeah, so one of the biggest contentions my daughter had, and listen, as an 18-year-old girl that's about to go into the workforce, I really wanted to I brought her on here because I said, I've done another show with her before, and listen, she broke down Roblox, she broke down Minecraft, she broke down all the things that are going on in all these like video games, and I'm gonna like post the link to that. I'm about to do that now, but she broke it down like all the like bad things that are happening on these platforms, like and where you can find it, what you should do, or broke it down. However, the main thing I really appreciate her for is her knowledge of AI and how it can affect the community. Like back when she was like 16, 15 years old, and she's an artist, she draws. I was trying to get her into like NFTs, and she was like, "No, I don't want to do NFT, I don't want to do no NFTs." And why? Because she knew right then, no, that's going to affect the environment. And even right now, when I say, "Well, you should like just use your take your pictures and animate them with AI," no, that's bad for the environment. So my daughter,
They'll also like put the picture in like the AI database, and like people can plagiarize my art or something like that.
Yeah. Right. So that too, what you just said, they'll put her picture that she made into the AI database, and then they can plagiarize her art, So her knowledge and her understanding of like what's going on in the world of computers and stuff like that, like, she's on all these like back chat rooms, like that's talking about this type of stuff. Since I knew, since she was a young kid, she was on these message boards sharing pictures with other kids that were like sharing pictures with each other, and they all grew up together and they all talked to each other about what's going on. And that's why I felt it was important to like talk to like get her opinion on stuff. And like I am amazed about my baby and how she really knows about what's going on. And like I said, when I brought up the FBA argument, it was not necessarily to like skew her opinion one way or the other. I just showed her the information. I allowed her to come up with a stance on it, but mainly because I really want to know, like, as a person that's primarily focused on technology, like what's more important, And I get her point. Like, of course, it's way more important the things that are affecting the world versus the microcosm versus the macrocosm. Like, right? Okay. So the FBA world, all right, the Africans are coming over here and cosplaying, and we need to get reparations or whatever. That's a microcosm of the macrocosm of really these oligarchs are tethering off of us too. These oligarchs, these people that are like setting up AI and Tariq Nasheed, everything he is AI generated. If you ever like watch his stuff, his songs are AI generated. He uses AI to like promote his videos. The pictures of his things AI. And so my thing is that when you talk about tethering, right? How much money do you spend on an AI platform or whoever's doing the AI, right, to generate that, and how much water is that, and all this other stuff in our environment? But you want to talk about Africans coming over here taking our jobs? It's like, bro, just what it took to like create your fucking root work commercial alone is way more than any African that you could ever like think of. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the bandwidth it took, you know? How do you know how much bandwidth it took to create stuff on in AI? Let's go into AI and how much it is siphoning off of technology. Do you know that, or? She's about to look it up.
What did he generate? Like an AI video?
A 3 minute, or say like a 1 minute AI video about whatever, like about whatever you're gonna do. How much bandwidth does that take? 1 minute.
20 to over 100 watt hours, something like that.
So 20 to over 100 watt hour. How much water does that take, or is that mainly water? Is water the primary source?
It's the water is what cools the computer down, and that usually takes like a 1,000 gallons, like a big number of gallons. I don't know. It's like a large number of gallons, but dude.
So my argument here is that as much as we want to call people tethers and say, oh, the Caribbean is tethering off of us, we need to reparations and this, that, the other, when you're also using AI to make your point, it's a mute point, because guess what? The very thing that you're using to promote what you're doing is also causing stress on the grid, on everything that you're talking about. Less than anything that you could do, any African, Caribbean, whatever, the very AI that you're using to promote your products is causing harm. And you can, like, anyone that's seen Tariq Nasheed's videos, every video is an AI generation. All his photos on there, whatever the person said, they find a picture. I heard that ChatGPT, when you actually do a picture, that picture alone, it causes like all this water, all this like electricity, you know?
Well, what I can add on to is that everybody's using a little bit of AI as a content creator, right or wrong.
Yeah.
However, for your young lady daughter, to protect fraudulence with her artwork, I would think that she should also pursue cybersecurity products or cybersecurity careers, because that is theft. If people are taking your artwork, you should have some type of VPN or virtual protection network to impede or prevent that. You know, cybersecurity is a big industry. It's a huge industry, and it's growing and growing.
That's what I'm like saying with most like there's like these like programs that like make it so the AI can't really like detect or mess with any images that it collects. That's like that code affects. It's like a coding thing where like an image, like an art thing or an art piece you create that goes through this thing. I'm talking about like what you would call it. It's I think it's called like glazing in the art community. I don't know. It's like called glazing the art or something like that. When the art is like glazed over and stuff like that, the AI will detect it and will essentially like break the AI and it'll like render it useless.
Yeah, I believe there's companies like what's it called? I'm pronouncing it wrong, but I may pronounce it right. Accenture. Even what's the one? Oracle. They should have cybersecurity to protect one's intellectual property, such as your artwork or NFTs. And also, too, I was looking forward to hearing more about NFTs, but then I noticed that it almost seemed like it was like the rollout was too soon, because then everyone started to lose money with the NFTs.
Right.
What happened with all that?
I don't know. People started scamming with the NFTs. Yeah, I'm remembering that. Yeah. People made a bunch of NFT scams. It's still happening too. With Bitcoin, like people are making meme coins and they're just basically just scamming. Yeah, they're doing rug pulls. Yeah, rug pulls. And I think the
Wow,
same
you know
thing
that term
happened.
too. Wow.
Yeah, the same thing happened with NFTs with those rug pulls, and I think that happened like a bunch of times to the point where like I don't know, everything became like saturated, cause that's what happens when stuff gets popular, it gets saturated to the point where it just dies off. That's what happened with Barbie doll. I mean, baby dolls, any collectible thing. That's what happened with I don't know. Yeah, toys. Yeah, if something gets too saturated, it gets cheap, and I think that's what happened with NFTs. It got too popular. People got lucky though and got rich off of that though.
Who is your favorite artist?
Favorite artist, like animation.
Drop your top 5, no particular order. Artist of all time, animation, whatever.
I really liked it like during middle school. I liked Hiroyuki Imaishi's art style. He's the guy that made anime like Kill la Kill and like Penny and Stock. No, I think he directed them. Yeah, he directed them. And he has like a very like cool dynamic art style. He like draws with like very like shapy drawings. It's like really cool what he draws. And what else? Oh, James Baxter is really cool. He like animates like he animated like a bunch of Disney stuff. That's my key inspiration when it comes to like very smooth, very in-house Disney art style things. And what else? Who else? Those are good artists. Let's see. I would have to think about it. Oh yeah, Akira Toriyama. Akira Toriyama is the one that made Dragon Ball. He's a cool He's a good artist. He has like a very like round style. It's like very nice to look at. Also he like just draws stuff like objects and stuff like it's nothing. Oh yeah, and Araki, he's the guy that made JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. He's like a good art. Yeah, it's endless. I'm done. I'm not gonna talk about it anymore.
No, it's yeah. Is that director one of them the one who made Spirited Away?
Spirited Away.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be who's the name?
Miza. I can't. It's difficult for me to pronounce that. But we loved it, his films up in this household.
Yeah, Miyazaki, Hayao Miyazaki, yeah.
Right. The one thing from my childhood aspect to an adult, I mean, I know it was supposed to be more time consuming doing hand drawing versus computer animation. What's your thoughts on computer animation maybe downgrading a little bit and handwritten form upgrading again?
I don't think computer animation really downgraded. I think it's getting better, but every animation program now has like the companies that sell the animation programs are like becoming more and more greedy as time goes on. So like, you know, with Adobe products are like expensive now. So you have to get like free products, and you have to, I think people in the animation industry have to like learn new free stuff now, because stuff is getting expensive because people are greedy. So it all ties back into the greed thing. Oh no. And yeah. So
fantastic.
Traditional animation is cool. Props to the people that like do cell animation and make it look smooth, dude. That stuff looks so hard to do. Cell animation, oh my god, that looks like a nightmare. Just like,
yeah, one of my favorite types of animation, stop motion.
Yeah, that's what cell animation is. It's like kind of like a more normalized version of stop motion, because it's actually just like, oh, you get a big ginormous camera, put it over like a bunch of papers, and then you gotta put the papers in the right thing, and then the digital side of it is like, oh, you can get onion skins and like put that over the cell animation, and like is all cool. And like, I think that's really cool what this digital animation did, because now you can easily color stuff and stuff like that. But then again, the digital animation software is like either expensive or like hard to learn, and it's free.
Right. Because my son, I would always put on the ONAMs. I don't know if you are familiar with them. They would be like on YouTube, and it's like silent, but they wouldn't even like speak. They would be like, you know, like, but there was stop motion, and they'd have these 24/7 video live streams on YouTube, and you know, that's how he really got into anime, you know, drawing and artwork. It's
so this she made this one. How old were you when you made this one? I said make a t-shirt, right? and people were like, "That looks demonic," right? Oh
I
my
was like 13. I don't know. I was
god,
like drawing and
13
stuff.
he made this, right? And it's like it looks all evil and everything. And the guy says, "But it's art." He said, "Just look away," right? But that's what happened when people actually saw this and it was on a T-shirt, and we actually began to sell the T-shirts because people were like, "That's pretty cool," you know what I'm saying? What she's with that's cool, right? Sorry, I'm trying to find it with. I was trying to find. Oh, here we go. All right, so people, this is her. So it started off as this, and then it got colored in, but she was like what 14, 13, 13 or 14.
Yeah, it was like 14, 13, yeah. Somewhere around that age, yeah.
Pretty sick. I mean, that's a slang for meaning cool. It's ahead of its time to me. You know, I don't know if you ever heard of automatic writing, but you have some type of ability where it's definitely coming from somewhere inspirational. It's heavy, very heavy.
I wish you could like show some of your art, Aura, because it's one thing to talk about it and everything, but I wish you could show it, like do a share screen on some of the things. Do you have it on your computer at all?
I have like a bunch of PNGs. Wait.
Well, just do a share screen. I'm gonna remove my thing because Aura is very talented, of an artist. So when she's talking from an artist standpoint. She's not talking from a
I
person.
get better at coloring digital. Wait.
Well, in the 1900s, where I'm from, the time, at one point, an artist would have to pass away to get rich, and today, in the 21st century, it's just the opposite. You have that talent, you could become rich as soon as you show someone, show an
Right.
audience.
Was it painter, printer? What's your you bringing it up, or you know how to do it? Just hit the.
I'm opening like Krita or something right now.
Well, I must go. I'll let you ladies take over.
So this is
Adios. Hasta luego.
some of her work, guys. So zoom in. Oh, look at that.
It's like digital art that I made. Wait, I don't know how to. Wait.
You had it zoomed in. Go back in again. That's pretty cool.
That's a little character sheet thing that I made of this like owl person. They're like an owl. They with like a arrow thingy. They're like, I'm an owl. I made another character. I'm an owl.
Pretty cool. I like it. Let's see what else you got. That's cool. Though. I like that character. That's
Thank
cute.
you.
That's cute, guys.
Let's see. I made this pony thing. I did a lot of art in like summer because there's like this art fight thing, and I just you just draw like a bunch of people's characters and they draw your characters. It's like a whole thing. And I drew a lot of pony characters because I grew up with pony stuff.
My Little Pony. She used to love My Little Pony.
Yeah, I was like, My Little Pony.
It used to have sentences like My Little Pony, My Little Pony, My Little Pony. That'd be the whole sentence. Like okay, all right, My Little Pony. What else?
Yeah, dude.
Listen, you literally would be like, My Little Pony, My Little Pony, My Little Pony.
So I wanted to pay homage to that era in my life where I'm like, oh,
pretty cool. Look at that. That's pretty cool.
This is character, My Little Pony character, next character. Wait. I drew like 3 of those. Three My Little Pony.
Were you still on My Little? You went really hard on My Little Pony.
Those like 3 characters. Come on.
You
Those
still
like
doing My Little?
3. I think I was like binging My Little Pony. Like,
But yeah, trust me, that comes from
I was like so bored. I was like, man, okay, it's summer. I have nothing to do. I'm gonna binge, like, baby shows for babies.
Right. Look how cute that is. Oh,
baby shows. All right.
Whichever one. Go to the next one. See some other ones. Yeah, like so she's a real artist. So when this is what is being in danger from AI, this type of artistry, people, you colored all this stuff too.
Yeah,
that's good. Good, that's really good.
Like okay, I'm gonna open another. Let's see. Oh, I made like a whole scene with this. Like spooky, like a dragon.
That's pretty
This
cool.
is based on Monster Hunter. It's a cool game.
That's pretty cool, guys. See? Now imagine like AI see her work and be like, oh, pretty cool.
Beep boop, generating new.
Right.
Beep beep.
Right.
AI, generate me a drawing. Beep boop, instantaneously generating drawing. And the AI like does like something like this and something like this, and like does like this and like this, and then people say it's different from the from the original drawing. People say it's different.
Right.
Because it didn't have this or any of this. Ooh, yeah, it didn't have any green stuff.
Right.
It's a
Exactly.
completely new drawing. It's like literally like plagiarizing like a drawing, just taking a drawing, going like this, and saying it's like yours. It's your drawing.
Right.
What are you doing? What are people doing, man? What the heck? Oh, this is my drawing. I made this because I put this like this and this to this like this. This drawing's mine because like he has cyan eyes now. Yeah. Yep. It's slightly different. It's totally mine.
Right.
It's totally my drawing. See, look. Boom, boom. Yep. It's a different drawing. Totally different. Yep.
And that's pretty much what AI is doing. It's different now.
Yes, mismatch. There's a bunch of extra images on like one image. It's just layering a bunch of random nonsense that the AI trained itself off of, and it's like a pattern recognition software. Essentially, it's just, oh, I'm gonna put this image right here. I'm gonna put another image like right here. The magenta is like someone's art piece, and all this blue is like someone else's art piece, and it's just like a mishmash of like different people's art.
Right.
It's not anything new. It's probably something new. I don't know, but it was nobody made it. It's just the robot prompt.
Well, listen, I know it's like late. I know you're up late. I know you're tired.
Right?
Tired.
Oh my god.
But thank you so much.
What's oh my god.
Listen, let's give some final thoughts. Give your final thoughts on what you want to say, and then we're gonna just close it on out.
AI bad, and it's using all the water. Protest if you want to. Goodbye. Good night. It's 4 a.m., man.
Right. I didn't even realize how
That's
late
what you
it is.
usually do. You just like talk until like 4 a.m. And
Now you see.
the entire day. So
Pretty much. Now you see what's up.
That's crazy.
Right. You be wondering what I'm doing up in here. All right. Much love, my daughter. Talk to you soon. No, but it's great now you get to see what it's like. And now you're probably gonna be asleep tomorrow. All right. But tomorrow's Saturday, so you get to do it. All right. Love you. Peace.
Bye.
Trying to get it right. Transition. Changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission. Trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Making a transition. Trying to mission. I'm on a mission. I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transition in my life. On a mission.